achieve the potential of this nation and become a 25-30 trillion economy, then a few things are super critical for this country. Number one is our infrastructure of roads, transport and everything, logistics. Number two is energy. With our current levels of energy production, we are not going to reach 30 billion. And number three, most critical, is we need to have talent, we need to have workforce to be doing this 30 billion numbers. So we have created a system where we are able to get young people from rural India into jobs. So the question is, how can we scale this? And when we had a whole lot of discussions with a lot of people from across the globe, the answer is, can this become part of the university system? Which is why we are here. Can skilling become part of the university system? NEP 2020 is talking of skilling and education going hand in hand. But sometimes for a system as large as India's education system, it's not going to be an easy task. So all I want to share with you here is, in this code, we are scaling to a much larger audience. We have headed with one university in Karnataka, whose attempting as part of the university education, but not exactly as part of the academics, but as an add-on. So this university welcome has set up a Section 8 committee which can change to needs of the industry and try and get talent from the industry to get into jobs. So this program is going to go to beyond that one university. Next year we want to take it to about 5 universities. And thankfully we had Pankaj Mittal visiting our campus last month, rather this month itself. And her request was that we should come and share this with the gathering of Vice-Chancellors, share the idea, also see this concept among the Vice-Chancellors and see if skilling can be made part of the service that university offers for those students who are keen to get into jobs. Not every student at the university and colleges are keen to get into jobs, but those 20-30% who are keen to get into jobs, can the university system create some service for them to be good enough to get into jobs? The reality is the industry is changing too fast. The demand of the industry to keep pace with the demand of the industry is not easy even for a very, very agile organization. Because they keep changing their demand every 6 months. Now with AI coming in, nobody knows. The HR of those organizations themselves don't know what is going to be the demand. So for a university to keep pace, it's going to be difficult. The education and industry need to really run hand in hand for this. But it's not going to be easy for the universities to do this. So is there an opportunity to have a very agile, special purpose vehicle under the universities who could actually be focusing on thinking with what the industry needs and then try to create talent for that need. So yeah, the whole objective of my 10 minutes here is to share this concept. Sitting in Nuclear, we are going to go ahead with this with all the ideas for the next academic year. Beyond that, we may want to take into more numbers. The state government of Goa has been able to be doing this. My objective of coming here is try and learn what is happening in this model. We will definitely share this to all the vice-chancellors across the country through the All India University Association. And we will try and make that difference to make India what the Prime Minister called it. So thank you for this time. Thank you, Pankaj.
Charging it up.
Direct video play. On cable also. Camera Individual got consortium.
Use key contributions. The Vice Chancellors meets serve as forums where leadership meets vision, shaping the future of Indian higher education through dialogue and innovation. The academic mandates, like providing academic leadership, advancing academic research, ensuring capacity building, and fostering research collaborations, are fulfilled through its vibrant research division by aligning Indian higher education with global standards through its key activities, like conducting research projects on higher education, organizing seminars, symposia, roundtables and training programs for vice chancellors and senior academics, and bringing out publications. It offers a platform for ideas to grow, where policies are shaped and students are inspired through initiatives like Anveshan, discovering young minds with the spark of research. Through initiatives like Academic and Administrative Development Centers, AIU is empowering faculty and administrators, fostering academic leadership for the challenge. March 23, 1925. On a misty morning, in the quiet corners of Bombay University's library, a movement quietly took birth. A spark of collaboration that would go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for the arrival of the governor. Any moment he arrives, we would start with the program. Really appreciate your patience. A little while from now, we would be heading into the inaugural program. Just to keep you all informed that the governor has entered into the Osmania University campus. Any moment he'll be there at the Tagore Auditorium. Shall we all stand to our feet as we welcome the dignitaries, the governor and others coming into the hall. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed vice-chancellors, academic leaders, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Central Zone Vice-Chancellors Conference hosted by Osmania University in collaboration with the Association of Indian Universities. Today's gathering represents intellectual leadership at its finest, institutions shaping institutions and leaders shaping the future of higher education in India. Kindly take your seats. A short introduction to the members on the dais. We welcome into our presence Senior Professor Kumar Molugaram, sir, Vice-Chancellor, Osmania University, an alumnus of Osmania University, a distinguished academic leader and recipient of State Meritorious Teacher Award and the 26th Vice-Chancellor of this historic university. Sir has been steering the university towards innovation, digital transformation, and academic excellence. Sir, we are honored by your leadership. May I request the OSD to the Vice-Chancellor, Professor S. Jitendra Kumar Nair, sir, to welcome sir with the floral bouquet. Also invite the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. Dr. Mittal, the second woman secretary in AIU's history, has served higher education for over 3 decades and the recipient of the President of India Award for Digital Initiatives in Higher Education. Madam, we are privileged by your presence. May I request our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, sir, to welcome ma'am with a floral bouquet. We're equally delighted to have in our midst Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President, Association of Indian Universities, President of the Association of Indian Universities, a distinguished academic administrator, former Vice-Chancellor of multiple universities, and a visionary leader integrating Indian values with futuristic innovation. Sir's leadership at AIU strengthens governance and academic quality nationwide. We warmly welcome you, sir. We are greatly honored to have in our midst the chairman of the Telangana Council of Higher Education, Professor V. Balakista Reddy, sir, a distinguished academic, eminent legal scholar, former Vice-Chancellor and Registrar of Nalsar University of Law, and a recipient of Meritorious Teacher Award. Professor Reddy has represented India at global forums, including the United Nations, and has significantly contributed to higher education reforms and policy development. We are deeply honored by your presence, sir. Sir has already welcomed His Excellency Shri Jishnu Varma ji, Honorable Governor of Telangana, a respected statesman, former Deputy Chief Minister of Tripura, and a leader known for his commitment to governance and educational advancement. Your Excellency brings decades of public service and visionary leadership. Your Excellency, we are deeply honored with your presence. May I request all the members in the auditorium, without an exception, to kindly stand to your feet as we play the national song, the national anthem, and the Telangana Geetam. Kindly maintain the decorum when the songs are being played.
Shri
Kindly take your seats. Thank each of you all for your cooperation. In our rich Indian tradition, every significant beginning is marked by invoking wisdom and enlightenment. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. May I request Professor Prasanna ma'am to please coordinate. Lighting of the lamp is invoking the blessings of the goddess of knowledge. May this light symbolize knowledge, clarity. May this light symbolize knowledge, clarity, and the collective vision of Indian higher education. May I now request Senior Professor Kumar Molugaram sir, our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning, one and all. Distinguished Chief Guest, Shri Jishnu Varma ji, Honorable Governor of Telangana and Chancellor of Osmania University. Respected Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General AIU. Respected Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak ji, President AIU. Esteemed Vice-Chancellors of Central Zone Universities, distinguished Deans, Principals of various colleges, Heads of the departments, Directors, faculty colleagues, invited guests from affiliated colleges and industries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and cordial welcome to all of you. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you to Osmania University with a legacy of 108 years, an institution that stands today at the remarkable confluence of glorious past and future-ready vision. We are humbled and delighted to host this prestigious AIU Central Zone Vice-Chancellors meet, bringing together over 80 academic leaders who collectively shape the intellectual destiny of our nation. Your presence here transforms this occasion into a true congregation of wisdom and experience. Osmania University, established in 1917 by His Exalted Highness Mir Osman Ali Khan, is the 7th oldest university in India and the oldest in Telangana. For over a century, this institution has remained unwavering in its commitments to knowledge generation and dissemination, producing luminaries who have illuminated every walk of the nation life, from former Prime Minister Shri P.V. Narasimha Rao Garu to pioneering cosmonaut Shri Rakesh Sharma ji to Adobe CEO Shri Shantanu Narayana ji and countless governors, civil servants, judges, politicians, scientists and artists who serve our nation with distinction. Our institutional legacy is not merely preserved but continuously strengthened through demonstrated excellence. I am proud to share that Osmania University holds the prestigious NAC A+ grade with a CGPA of 3.52 and is recognized by UGC as a Category 1 university. In NIRF 2025 rankings, we secured the 7th rank among all state public universities in India, 30th position among all Indian universities, and 53rd in overall category. Our global recognition continues to grow with our presence in QS World University ranking and 131 rank in QS Southern Asia 2025. Our research output remains globally visible with an H index of 121 and over 97,600 citations according to Scopus. This research vitality is supported by 12 faculties and more than 30 research centers spanning arts, social sciences, commerce, business management, education, engineering, law, pharmacy, physical education, science, technology, and Oriental languages. Our interdisciplinary ecosystem includes 8 campus colleges and a network of Constance colleges offering over 180 programs to more than 25,000 students. In addition, Osmania University also has a network of 740 affiliated colleges wherein about 3.5 lakhs students pursue their education. I take immense pride in sharing that Osmania University embodies inclusivity in its truest sense. Our student community includes over 400 international students from 51 countries and significantly 64% of our current students are girls, a testament to our commitment to empowering all sections of the society, including first generation learners and tribal youth who finds not just knowledge but belonging within these hallowed precincts. The past year has been transformative under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Governor and Chancellor of Osmania University, Shri Jishnu Varma ji, and with generous support from the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, including historic rupees 1,000 crore infrastructure grant. We have embarked on comprehensive modernization for future-ready education. Our research endeavors have secured over 75 crores in extramural funding, along with a prestigious DBT Builder grant of rupees 8 crores, RUSA funding of rupees 107 crores, and ANRF PAIR grant of rupees 16 crores. We have filed 73 patents with 4 already granted. In a landmark achievement for any state university in India, Osmania University has developed an indigenous semiconductor chip supported by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and CDAC, Government of India. with a project outlay of rupees 15 crore. Our Osmania University Business Incubator continues to foster entrepreneurship, having successfully incubated 10 startups. Our commitment to sustainability has been recognized with the prestigious ACE Award of 2025 in the Education in Circular Economy category by the International Council for Circular Economy. Distinguished colleagues, as we celebrate these achievements, we recognize that the landscape of higher education is undergoing unprecedented transformation. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to academic publications or research laboratories. It is becoming the foundational infrastructure upon which future cities, healthcare system, and industrial ecosystem, national infrastructure will operate. Recognizing this historic transition, Osmania University has strategically repositioned its Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning as a dedicated institutional hub for artificial intelligence for smart cities, intelligent healthcare systems, and scalable industrial intelligence. This is not merely a research initiative, it is an institutional transformation. This center is designed to develop and deploy indigenous AI systems capable of supporting infrastructure at institutional, city, state, national, and international scale. We are focusing particularly on generative AI powered multi-agent systems, autonomous systems capable of coordinating transportation networks, healthcare infrastructure, emergency response system, energy systems, and public infrastructure. These systems represent the future of infrastructure management where intelligent agents collaborate in real time to ensure resilience, efficiency, sustainability, and scalability. This work directly aligns with national priorities including the India AI mission, Smart Cities mission, National Digital Health mission, and Vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047 and the Rising Telangana mission 2047. Equally important, this initiative contributes directly to advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, including quality education, good health and well-being, resilience infrastructure, sustainable cities, clean energy optimization, and climatic action. What makes this initiative particularly powerful in its interdisciplinary foundation, bringing together expertise from diverse domains. This convergence enables universities like ours to move beyond the academic theory and contribute directly to solving unsolved problems of the society from local to global. Dear esteemed colleagues, this Vice-Chancellors meet will deliberate on three pivotal points leading AI and quantum technologies into curriculum, pedagogy, and governance, fostering AI-driven indigenous research and product development, and establishing a national regulatory framework for AI ethics. Integrating quantum technologies will equip students with the skills to tackle complex scientific and industrial challenges beyond the scope of classical computing. Over 2 days, these discussions aim to generate actionable and path-breaking recommendations for the Government of India. The objective is to blueprint a roadmap for creating higher education institutions that are not only AI and quantum enabled but also globally competitive and ethically grounded, ensuring India's leadership in the future of education and innovation. With these words, I once again extend my warmest welcome to each one of you. I thank the Association of Indian Universities for partnering with us in this endeavor. I express my gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor for his constant guidance and inspiration. I thank the entire team at Osmania University and AIU whose tireless efforts have made this gathering possible. I wish you all two days of fruitful deliberations and meaningful collaborations and an enjoyable stay at Osmania University and the historic city of Hyderabad, known for its Ganga, Jamni, Tejab and hospitality, including warmth of the hearts and shining pearls and aromatic biryanis. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address and for setting the tone for this conference with clarity and commitment. Now it's time to invite Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal to address this distinguished gathering.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Namaste, Namaskaram, and Pranam. The chief guest of today's conference, the Honorable Governor of Telangana and Chancellor of Osmania University, respected Shri Jishnu Varma ji, the President of AIU, Professor Vinay Pathak ji, the Vice-Chancellor of Osmania University, who is hosting this conference and is a wonderful host, Professor Kumar Molugaram ji, the dynamic chairman of Telangana State Council for Higher Education, Professor V. Balakista Reddy ji, the past president of AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, who is here, distinguished chairpersons, speakers, and representatives of apex bodies, esteemed vice chancellors from the central zone of India, the notable persons of this conference from both from Osmania University and AIU, faculty members, scholars, and students of Osmania University who are present here, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this Central Zone AIU Vice Chancellors Conference on the theme Creating AI and Quantum Enabled Higher Education Institutions. A very, very relevant theme, keeping in mind that the AI Impact Summit is happening in Delhi, which is an international summit and of great importance to India. So this conference, which is being held in parallel to the AI Impact Summit, is important for us. Thanks to Professor Kumar, Vice Chancellor of Osmania University, for giving us the excellent hospitality and eye for detail. For the first time, we have seen that the welcome starts from the airport itself. At the airport, there were so many digital boards which told about this conference, and that brings a lot of visibility to AIU as well as to Osmania University that these type of conferences are happening. I got a call before even reaching Osmania that you are holding a conference. We saw the board on the in the airport at Hyderabad, and then all through the way also there were so many hoardings displaying the conference of this magnitude. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for this welcome. I will also like to thank Professor P. Chandra and Professor Sujata and the entire team who have been working along with our coordinator, Dr. Vijendra Kumar, for making this conference successful. I mean, even small details like where to stay, where to hold the conference, where to hold the technical sessions. So every details have been taken care of. And any of you, if any difficulty you face in any of the aspects, do come to me. We will take care of it. But I'm sure you will not find any. We are grateful to Shri Jishnu Varma ji, the Honorable Governor of Telangana, for accepting our invitation and for coming to this conference that shows his commitment, the time he devotes to academics. And for those who do not know, Shri Varma ji is not only an academician and accomplished politician, he is also a poet and he is also an accomplished badminton player. He was the head of the Badminton Association of India in the past. So thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation to come to this conference. This conference is special for you because AIU has completed 100 years. 2025 we completed 100 years. 1925 we were established. And this is the first Central Zone VC conference in the 100th year on the team creating AI and quantum enabled HAIs. I would like to welcome all the Central Zone Vice Chancellors who are present here in large numbers. And around 100 Vice Chancellors are here who are attending this conference, and many are also attending it online. So welcome to all of you. This is our fourth conference in this year. First conference was the North Zone Conference, which we held in lovely Professional University. It was on the theme Integrating Traditional Wisdom in Curriculum and Research. That was the first conference. Second conference we held in the East Zone, that was held in Aryabhatta Knowledge University in Patna. That was on the theme Promoting Sustainability and Social Responsibility in Higher Education Institutions. The third conference, South Zone Conference, was held in MS Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences in Bengaluru. The theme was Promoting Entrepreneurship and Startups in Higher Education Institutions. And the fourth and the present conference, which is being held in Osmania University, is on the theme Creating AI and Quantum Enabled HEIs. The themes are kept according to the state where we are holding the conference. So AI and quantum technology is akin to Hyderabad. So this conference is on this theme. The next conference will be West Zone Conference, which will be in Udaipur, in Janardhan Rai University, Rajasthan Vidyapeeth. That will be on self-reliant Bharat through Swadeshi, economic patriotism and techno-nationalism. And the final conference where all of you would be coming, and we request you to block your dates. This is on in D.Y. Patil University, Pune. We have already sent the letters. D.Y. Patil University, Pune, from 28th to 30th April, 28th, 29th, 30th April. That will be on the theme Shaping Self-Reliant Bharat through Knowledge and Innovation. Actually, this main theme, these 5 sub-themes of the zonal conferences are feeding to the main theme of the conference, which is on self-reliant Bharat. Before I talk about the present conference, let me tell many of you are new to the AIU system, and especially for the Honorable Governor, sir, about AIU. AIU is a body which is a 100-year-old body, and this is the world's largest university association. Right now, we have about 1,200 universities as our members, out of which around 20 are international members. So international universities are also becoming the associate members of AIU. And we also have many autonomous colleges who are becoming our members. We have started this lately, just 1 year back, to enroll autonomous colleges. So many autonomous colleges are also becoming our members. And the purpose was that because in the national education policy, we are thinking of having a de-affiliation system, colleges to become degree awarding institutions. So to do the capacity building of the colleges, we are making them the associate members of AIU. And the legacy of AIU can be known from the fact that stalwarts like Sir Palli, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Dr. Hansa Mehta, Dr. Mudalia, they have been the presidents of AIU in the past. So this is a legacy with which we are moving forward. And AIU gets itself involved in academics, research, like these type of conferences. We are a liaison between the government and the universities, and we also involve ourselves in mainly in youth and culture, as well as sports and internationalization of higher education. So in youth affairs, we do many youth festivals, both at the zonal level and the national level. And the winners of the national level, they participate in international youth festivals. For example, last year, I'm just telling the data for the last year. Last year, Banasthali Vidyapeeth in Rajasthan, they participated in a program in Egypt. Parul University and Rani Durgavati University, they participated in China. Mumbai University in Italy. Banasthali Vidyapeeth again in Czech Republic, and then Manipur University of Culture, they participated in Hungary. So many of our universities are participating in international festivals, and they feel very good about it when they can showcase India's art and culture in foreign countries. Similarly, in sports, we do events at the national level. We hold something like 128 events every year. Then we do hold international events, and our students also participate in the World University Games. So in Tokyo Olympics, 44 Olympians went from the university sector. The World University Games, which were held last year in China, so it was a historic win for India with 26 medals in lot. So we were 7 in the medal tally in the World University Games, and the Honorable Prime Minister of India lauded us from the House of the Parliament in Man Ki Baat and also through a tweet. And last games, which were held in Germany, we won around 12 medals. Some of the recent achievements are like we have established a network called Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. This network is basically for those universities who have an intent to do internationalization, but they don't know how to do it, whom to contact, how to approach, how to sign an MOU, how to sustain an MOU. So this network is for them. So any of the Vice Chancellors who are present here, if you are not a member of INHI, do become a member of INHI. It is absolutely free of cost. So we will handhold you for improving the internationalization in your university. We have MOUs with the parallel university associations all around the world. Like we are Association of Indian Universities. So we have MOUs with Universities Australia, Universities UK, Mexican University Association, Taiwanese University Association, University Spain, Italy, almost all university associations in the world, we have an MOU. So it's very easy for us to find you a good partner in those countries. So partner universities can be found. We also take delegations of vice chancellors to various countries. Like recently we went to Japan, a very 30 vice chancellors delegation went to Japan. Earlier we went to China, we went to Spain, we went to Taiwan. So in these delegations, a lot of partnerships happen. So our universities meet their universities, a lot of discussions happen, and a lot of partnerships are there. So these delegations there, we also hold higher education summits to attract foreign students to India. So those summits so far we have held in the countries where we get foreign students. For example, we held in Nepal, we held in Sri Lanka, we held in Vietnam. So from there, foreign students come to India. So we are doing a lot of work in the internationalization of higher education, and any university which wants any hand holding in the field of internationalization, we are there for you, but do become a member of INHI. Now coming to this conference, the theme is already clear to all. We are having 3 sub-themes. First sub-theme is on integrating AI and quantum technologies into higher education, curriculum, pedagogy, and governance. That how the universities can use AI in the governance mechanism means governing the university. Pedagogy means many a times it is said that a class of 100 cannot be taught at the same level by the teacher, but through through AI we can do the personalized learning. So how to do personalized learning through AI, how to do the assessment through learning. In the evening, there will be a very, very special lecture by Dr. Subramaniam, who was the Secretary Higher Education in Government of India. He will be talking of use of AI in assessments, how to use AI in assessment, very important session. So please listen to that. There will be a technical session too, which will be on AI-driven indigenous research and product development. That how to do research, the way we used to do research and the way we do research today is totally different. So how to use AI to do better research, not unethical research, but ethical better research, how to do through AI. And the third session will be on global regulatory frameworks for AI and ethics in AI. Because with AI, many like deepfakes and many such issues have come up which need a regulatory mechanism. So what are the global regulatory mechanism? What type of regulatory mechanism should be in India? That will be discussed in this session. And I hope that the positive deliberations in this conference will lead to such recommendations which when we send to the government will form basis for policy documentation on AI. So I wish all the success to this conference, and I'm sure the type of speakers we have, the type of chairs we have, it is going to be a very, very successful conference. Thank you very much. Welcome once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your insightful articulation of transformative reforms in higher education. Now, may I invite Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, to kindly deliver the presidential address in a crisp way.
Yes, of course. Honorable Chief Guest of the Day and the Honorable Chancellor and the Governor of the state, Jishnu Varma ji. Honorable Vice-Chancellor of this great university, which is the 7th university in the country and has a great legacy. My colleague Pankaj Mittal ji, the Higher Education Council Chairman, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's the time of the conference today is of a great day because our Honorable Prime Minister has also declared this, is also having the AI Summit. And today to the whole world, just some time before he has unveiled the vision of AI to the whole world, which is known as MANAV, M-A-N-A-V. M stands for moral and ethical system. A stands for accountable governance. N for national sovereignty. A for accessible and inclusion. V for valid and legitimate technologies. I think, friends, this is a time when we are there and we are witnessing this great time of technology. I always want to remind you that this era of 4th and 5th industrial revolution is totally different, which we are witnessing in the whole world. First industrial revolution occurred when the steam engine was discovered. Second was then electricity was discovered. Third was there when the radio waves and all those things we discovered. fourth was kind of an internet things, and fifth and fourth where man and machines are going to be one. I think this is one time after 2000, if you remember, when we have got that Y2K problem, and in the whole world our computer scientists went and we ruled, the computer science and the technocrats of this country ruled the whole world, and now they are a flagship of each and every tech companies in San Francisco or wherever you occur. You will find an Indian graduate or Indian engineer heading those countries. I think this is one time when the technology is an equalizer, and the technology has enabled all of us, because what mobile system and what technology I have, the smallest person on this auditorium who is doing a cleaning work or who is assisting has got that access to the same technology. And at this juncture, our Honorable Prime Minister, who is a visionary person and who has launched the digital lot of missions for us, quantum mission, semiconductor missions, and all other missions, it's a time when the AIU also thought of doing this conference, how AI and quantum computing can go to HEIs. Because I want to say to our Honorable Chief Guest also, because he belongs to a state where we all knows that there is a difference between have and have nots. There is also a difference between the kind of thing about the digital literacy. And now this machine which AI has come, because it is changing the whole world. It will change all the brick and mortar universities also. Because if you read the podcast which has come, Vinod Khosla's podcast, or the our economic advisor to the Prime Minister has come, they said the skill will rule and the universities will be dead, because all this information has come to these language learning models, and those language learning models will give the quality education to each and every person on a very low cost. Sometimes before we used to say we will read in Stanford, we will kind of go in Osmania University or Delhi University, but the same information is now accessible to everybody. In the recent days, we have seen that now AI can solve a lot of many problems in the medical field and also in the HEIs, like student services, question paper setting, the kind of assessment which you are doing, and making you skills, writing your biodatas, and trying to do much more kind of things. But how this quantum computing and AI will come, we will deliberate, and this is the need of our. At my university, which is Kanpur University, where I am Vice-Chancellor, I have started the course which is known as AI for all, Artificial Intelligence for All. Because AI is not only for engineering, it is for science, it is for humanities, it is for physical education, it is for each and everything. But the compute is costly. How to put compute to a smaller pupil, to a people who is at the last mile, who is in our affiliated college? These are the questions which we have to deliberate in this country, because countries is having a very larger and kind of big. The other important thing which we are working is in the whole world geopolitically, all of us, you know, that we talk about the diplomacy in the international framework. But with this AI coming, we will also have LLM diplomacies, language learning models diplomacy. So these learning models where like Grok, ChatGPT, and all those AI platforms which you are using has got also disadvantage. Because if I want to know what is the kind of tradition we are following in Telangana or Andhra or Tripura, they will give the answers which are more biased towards the Western systems. So our Honorable Prime Minister has changed a lot of things in the pedagogy and the curriculum, but these new models, so we have to develop, like we are working on Indian knowledge systems, we have to also work on Indian language learning models. And some IITs like IIT Kanpur and people are working. So these are the challenges. These are important things. But the next 10 years will decide whether we will have our own products or whether we will have the products which we will buy. Friends, an important caution for all of us, that still we are having 3% production of the whole world, while our other friend countries or any country like China has got 40%. So it's very, very important that we should have techno-nationalism. We should develop our own technologies, we should develop our own products. And that is how our Honorable Prime Minister, all this Chief Minister, or Honorable Chief Guest is also thinking how to develop products. And this last point which I want to say, that now innovations and research are no more of IITs and IIM. It has gone with these technologies to tier 2 and tier 3 countries, cities. And all tier 2 and tier 3 cities are equally capable. Their students are capable because the patent filing, if you see, more than 50% patents are filed by tier 2 and tier 3 cities. If you look to the unicorns and unicorns which have come, I have also come from the places, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So the technology is leveraging, tier 2, tier 3 cities are coming, the divides are bridging. So these are all new phenomena, but we have to work hard and work hard to achieve all those kind of things. In the last, I want to say the famous thing which is written in our Vedas, Ano Bhadra Kratvo Yantu Vishwata. Let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. And last 4 lines from our own alumni and the late Prime Minister of this country, who has done a lot of things, from Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, who has written this thing. He's an alumni of our university. So wherever I go, I read these couplets as a kind of a thing, because he is a great visionary who has made the country, which have said, Bhari dupahri mein adhyara, सूरज परछाई से हारा, अंतरतम का नेह निचोड़े, बुझी हुई बाती सुलगाएं, आओ फिर से दिया जलाएं, हम पड़ाव को समझे मंजिल, लक्ष्य हुआ आंखों से ओझल, वर्तमान के मोह जाल में आने वाला कल ना भुलाएं, आओ फिर से दिया जलाएं, आहुति बाकी यज्ञ अधूरा, अपनों को विघ्नों ने घेरा, अंतिम जय का ब्रज बनाने, नौ दधी हड्डियां गलाएं, आओ फिर से दिया जलाएं. Thank you very much. Thanks for understanding.
Thank you so much, sir, for your message and thoughtful leadership. May I invite the Chairman of Telangana Council for Higher Education to give his message as guest of honor.
Good morning and welcome to one and all. His Excellency, Governor and Chancellor of Osmania University, AIU President and General Secretary, Professor Kumar, Vice-Chancellor Osmania University and host of this event, and Honorable Vice-Chancellors from different parts of the India, professors, delegates, media friends, and my dear students. Let me first congratulate and also thank you. I want to congratulate the organizers for choosing a theme of AI and quantum technologies. It is not only for time, but it is going to decide the destiny of the future. That's why I want to congratulate them. I want to thank because I am here to say my sum of thoughts with you all. So generally, friends, you all know that the technology, AI and quantum technology is part of the technologies in general. What is a technology? When technology started, how technology is influencing all of us, more particularly higher education. Technology is the application of scientific knowledge for practical purpose, industrial. When technology started, technology was there, is going to be there. When I say technology was there, go to any civilizations, technology was used by humanity for comforts and betterment. But how the transformation is happening? So particularly because of inventions, discoveries, technology was very, fast changing, including the Renaissance, Reformation movement, printing press, sea route, sea trade. This kind of innovations helped more comforts for humanity, and without taking much time, last 400-500 years of history, if you look at the kind of transformation which is happening in the technology, is 17th century, we as a humanity witnessed scientific revolution, 18th century political revolution, 19th century industrial revolution. Definitely, President was mentioning about that industrial revolution. We saw first, second, third, fourth, 4.0. Now we are fifth. That is where the AI and quantum technologies are going to be part of that. These are, technologies, and more particularly, last 25 years or first quarter of the century, if you look at technologies, what we call net technologies. What do you mean by that? That means the new and emerging technologies. I call them as A to Z technologies. What do you mean by that? That means A means any alphabet you take, technology which is influencing all of us, including higher education is no exception to that. A means automation to artificial intelligence to big data to Bitcoin technology to cryptocurrency to drone, I can go on. All these technologies are influencing, more particularly higher education is no exception. But only worrying factor to all of us, yes, technologies are giving a excellent, comforts to the humanity. But friends, I want to share with you all that, technologies are also posing challenges to the humanity. We mostly talk about, because here leaders of the higher education are there, that's why I'm raising certain points. Yes, definitely technologies are giving comfort to the humanity, but technologies are also challenging the existing governance, particularly whether most of these technologies, including you are going to discuss next 2 days, artificial intelligence and quantum technologies. Most of these technologies are cross-border in nature. That is where the challenge comes. Today, the existing order, whether it is a legal order, social order, political order, is challenged by the technologies. We, as a sovereign countries, do we really have a sovereignty? Do countries have a jurisdiction? Because most of the technologies I'm referring again, part of multi-jurisdictional thing. For example, cybercrime, sitting here doing something which is impacting, very many jurisdictions. How to regulate, how to control, what kind of recourse? These are the challenges which technologies are posing. That's why I urge all the leaders of education that we have to think other side of the technology. As a law person, I always say, sir, law follows technology. Technological development necessitate the legal regulations. It is true with AI technologies or quantum technologies. Of course, higher education is influenced. If you look at last 7, 8 decades, 5 important factors which influence the higher education, including globalization, liberalization, privatization, digitization. Just now I told you how digital technology, and COVIDization. You know what is COVIDization? You are familiar with all other things. COVIDization is a term which I am using. I don't say I discovered or invented, but the kind of transformation which happened, like globalization, liberalization. COVIDization impacted the global governance, more particularly education system. We all know that last 5 years, the kind of transformation which happened in the education system because of COVID pandemic, we all know that. So these are, challenges, changes which we all have to take into consideration. Earlier, countries ruled by maybe, a bipolar world after the Second World War, multipolar world, unipolar world. But today I'm telling you, friends, future is going to be decided by the technopolar world. This is what we all have to think. Whether it's a good or bad, differentiable, debatable issue, I'm not going to. But this is going to be the reality in the context of AI and quantum technologies. So all these are all important things we all have to, look at. Lastly, because I can see a lot of leaders of the education is here, one important thing I want to tell you all that today, we all know that, CSR, corporate social responsibility. Yes, earlier, corporate social responsibility was a voluntary philanthropy, charity. But today it is mandated by, as a law person I can speak, Section 135 of the Companies Act 2013 mandates that, companies earn, they have to give back to the society. But today, we as a leaders of education have to think about ASR. What is ASR? Academic social responsibility, institutional social responsibility, university social responsibility. That's why I urge you all that we, as the leaders of the education, higher education, we have to think that, societal, giving back to the society is the need of our, more particularly 21st century higher educational institutions or universities are going to play an important role. Lastly, as a chairman, Telangana Higher Education Council, what is our, vision, mission? Higher education at the doorsteps of the needy with affordable cost without compromising quality. Affordability, accessibility, quality, equity, inclusiveness. With these objectives, we are trying to reform education. Of course, there are challenges, but whether it's a curriculum revision or academy industry, relationship, all this. With this, I know. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your scholarly insights and policy-oriented perspective. We now move to the release of the special issue of University News, the flagship publication of the Association of Indian Universities dedicated to this conference. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the special issue. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. It's now my privilege to invite His Excellency Sri Jishnu Varma to deliver the inaugural address.
Namaskar. On the dais, the Chairman of the Council of Higher Education, Telangana, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, Professor Kumar Molugaram, BC of Osmania University, Hyderabad, Professor B. Balakista Reddy, Chairman, Higher Education Council, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, Vice-Chancellors, academicians, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Association of Indian Universities for organizing this important Central Zone Vice-Chancellors Meet 2025-26. It is heartening that at the same time, the India AI Impact Summit 2026 is being held in New Delhi, highlighting India's emerging leadership in responsible and inclusive AI governance. And I was hearing Mr. Pathak speak, and he made some very, very interesting points that this world is, in future, is going to become not unipolar, bipolar, multipolar, it is going to become technopolar. And I heard him saying also, which is very, very encouraging for us, that a lot of patents are being filed by Tier 2 and Tier 3 states. And as he says, AI for all. And I remember when I was young, and I see this quite often, we were grappling with the food security that time, and Lal Bahadur Ji was the Prime Minister. And he coined a lovely slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. We had just had the war with Pakistan, 1965, and we are grappling with the food security. So Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan was a clarion call to the nation. And after that came Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and he did the Pokhran blast. And he added to the slogan saying, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. And then came our visionary Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. And he further added a word to that slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Anusandhan. And the slogan became Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and Jai Anusandhan. Age of research. As Mr. Pathak was saying, a technopolar world. And so, we must see, as the chairman of the Council of Higher Education also made a very lovely point, I shall repeat. That technology must be compassionate. And he was talking about, education, social responsibility, like the CSR, which is a very, very important point that he has made. How do we make education responsible? How do we make technology responsible, compassionate? A technology that weaves into society instead of, being thrust upon society. How technologies can be woven into society to strengthen the social fabric or the national fabric of this nation. That is a challenge that faces all of us. And I remember as a young man, I used to read a lot of books and all that when I was very young, and I had read a book named Power Shift by Alvin Toffler. And so many years back, he spoke of a power shift that is happening. A shift of power from the landed gentry to knowledge and to technology. And today that has happened. That's why Mr. Pathak was talking about polar world. a world that will be driven by technology. And how that technology will be used, how it will be woven into society to strengthen the fabric, national fabric, to strengthen the national character of the nation, how it will reach out to the last man, to the last mile, how technology will create wealth with compassion and empathy. As the Prime Minister says, how technology will help in Sabka Vikas. Sabka Vikas. And the Sabka Vikas is only possible through, he says, Sabka Prayas. And it will strengthen the national character when it has Sabka Vishwas, when it reaches out to the last man. So this is a very important conference that you are holding, and I am very happy to be here, and especially by an organization that is very reputed, the AIU, the Association of Indian Industries. It focuses on ethical framework, regulatory standards, and equitable AI access, aligns with the Vice-Chancellor's meet, reaffirming India's commitment to inclusive technological advancement. And I'm glad to know that the AIU today represents more than 1,000 universities, including international institutions, strengthening the academic cooperation nationwide. As the Secretary General was saying. And it is also a matter of great pride that stalwarts like Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, and Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee have served as AIU presidents. And I am very glad to know that the Osmania University continues to promote interdisciplinary research, innovation, and strong industry-academia partnerships. I do meet the Vice-Chancellor once in a while, and we do discuss the changes taking place in the university. And I'm happy to know that a considerable sum has been sanctioned from the government to create infrastructure in this university, in this glorious university, in fact. And I strongly believe that artificial intelligence and quantum technologies can revolutionize research, governance, and learning methodologies across universities. However, technological advancement must remain human-centric. No matter how technocentric it has to be, but that human-centric part has to be there. And that's why the Prime Minister has called it Manav, a technology that will serve humanity. So it should be guided by ethics, inclusivity, and compassion. And I'm glad to know that nearly 100 Vice-Chancellors are participating physically and virtually from Central Zone states. Such integration can personalize education, enhance research productivity, and promote transparent, data-driven decision-making with institutions. The second sub-theme, AI-driven indigenous research and product development aligned with national priorities. By strengthening indigenous innovation and promoting research-driven product development, our universities can meaningfully advance with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The vision of our Prime Minister calls upon higher educational institutions to become engines of innovation. That's why he added the word research. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan. Because he strongly believes that it is technology that can make this great country self-reliant and face the global competitiveness. The third sub-theme rightly highlights the need for a global regulatory framework ensuring ethical and accountable artificial intelligence. I strongly believe that regulation must balance innovation with responsibility, safeguarding privacy, equity, and public trust. As the chairman was saying, there has to be a educational responsibility, educational social responsibility, as he said, ESR, like the CSR. Initiatives such as Digital India, National Quantum Mission, and India AI Mission are strengthening this ecosystem. I am confident that Telangana, with its progressive policies and vibrant academic environment, will play a leading role in this transformation. As Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam once said, excellence is a continuous process and not an accident, inspiring us towards sustained innovation. May this meet inspire collaborative strategies, actionable recommendations, and the visionary leadership of AI and quantum-enabled institutions. I am confident that the deliberations here will contribute meaningfully to national policy and institutional reforms. I once again extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers and wish this meet a grand success. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
I think you can do a better job by putting your hands together and give a bigger round of applause for the wonderful message that was delivered. Your Excellency, we are deeply grateful for your inspiring and statesman-like address. Your emphasis on value-based education and institutional responsibility profoundly guides this conference. We have a short felicitation. May I request our Honorable Vice-Chancellor first to do the honors to the chief guest, His Excellency Shri Jishnu Varma ji. Thank you, sir, for your time and wonderful message that you have shared with us. Sir, kindly do the honors to Professor Balakista Reddy, sir. Vice-Chancellor, sir. The Chairman, TGCHE. Thank you, sir. Sir, kindly do the honors as well to Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU. Sir, request you to please honor Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU. May I request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal and Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, sir, to felicitate our Governor. Pathak, sir. Sir, ma'am, kindly do the honors to Balakista Reddy, sir, as well. Ma'am. So to our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, sir. Now may I request our Registrar, Professor Gaddam Naresh Reddy, sir, to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to propose formal vote of thanks. I am honored to be part of this program. We thank Shri Jishnu Varma Garu, Chancellor of Osmania University and Honorable Governor of Telangana for inaugurating this Central Zone Vice-Chancellors Meet 25-26 in this morning. Thank you, sir, for your presence and inaugurating this particular program. We thank Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and VC, CSJM University Kanpur, for his remarkable inputs and for granting permission to host this meet in Osmania University. Thank you, sir, for your presence and permitting us to host this program. We thank Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, for her thought-provoking insights and guiding us in organizing this program successfully. We thank Professor V. Balakista Reddy Garu, Chairman, Telangana Council of Higher Education, for his kind support and for organizing series of meetings for the improvement of skill education in the state of Telangana. Thank you, sir, for your presence here. We thank our visionary leader, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor M. Kumar, for organizing this program at a grand level. After taking charge as Vice-Chancellor, under his leadership, series of programs are successfully conducted. He was an instrumental in granting 1,000 crores by the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana to this university. Thank you, sir, for being as Vice-Chancellor of this wonderful university. I thank my friend and our OSD to Vice-Chancellor for his continuous support in organizing this program. We thank our nodal officers of this program, Professor E. Sujata Madam, Professor P. Chandrasekhar sir, and Dr. Vijendra Kumar for the meticulous planning and execution. We thank all our Honorable Vice-Chancellors who are from the 6 states, MP, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, UP and Telangana who are present here. So thank you one and all for being part of this program. We thank all our deans, heads, BOA chairpersons, principals, vice principals, directors, joint directors, dean, UGC, CDC, faculty members, non-teaching staff, JRs, FO, DRs, AR and other members. We thank the in charge of different committees, Senior Professor N. Kishan, Transportation, Professor B. Rajendra Naik, Accommodation, Professor C. Srinivasulu, Licensing, Senior Professor V. Sri Nagesh, Hospitality, Professor A. Patrick, and Sri P. Raghupati, Media Coordination, Professor M. Lingappa, Volunteer Committee. I thank all the members of these committees. We thank sponsors, faculty members from the affiliated colleges, students, friends, and we thank press and media for continuous support and covering this event in a big manner. I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we go for the national anthem, there is an earnest appeal. No one will block, not just a minute there, no one will block the middle alley. It's only the delegate vice-chancellors who will leave the auditorium along with the governor for a group photograph. Kindly note, it is only the delegate vice-chancellors who will be leaving. Others all will remain seated in the hall and enjoy the refreshments that will be served to you. So please do not rush and distract or disturb the middle alley. Now I request all of you all to stand to your feet for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
heed and ensure that our Excellency Governor would first leave, followed by the delegate Vice-Chancellors. Others, kindly take your seats in the auditorium. Please don't leave. Request you all to follow the instructions carefully and do not embarrass any of our delegates or the Governor. I request the delegate Vice-Chancellors to kindly leave for a group photograph outside. And once the group photograph is done, have your refreshments and join back at Institute of Public Enterprise. Only the delegate Vice-Chancellors at the IPE. Others kindly remain seated. Kindly enjoy the refreshments. And thank you so much for being a wonderful audience and being a part of this historic event. The centenary of the AIU, and really happy that Osmania University is hosting this event. The delegate Vice-Chancellors who are leaving, kindly note that the high tea is arranged at IPE after the group photograph. May I request the organizing team to kindly serve the refreshments to all the teachers and the members who are there in the auditorium. Yeah, you can do it on both the sides there. And kindly note, wait for a while without distracting the group photograph which is going on. You can have your refreshments here, and the tea is served outside in the tent. We don't want anything be spilled in the auditorium. Thanks to all our media friends, and thanks for the coverage that's happening from the press meet, the curtain raiser, and the inaugural as well. The students who are waiting outside, who are sitting in the gallery, kindly note that your refreshments are being served outside. Don't rush. Let the photographs and other things get over at the entrance of the auditorium, and then you can collect your refreshments. The student volunteers, thank you so much for coming over for this historic event.
First of all, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to address here. As we all are education leaders, first we need to understand one thing. Like across the globe, everyone is talking about AI and quantum computing. But in Telangana, if you see that now only we started integrating business analytics in our course curriculum and all those things. But if you see, none of them is talking about analytics. Because ChatGPT, Claude, whatever we have, it's already done. Now, companies are not looking for any business analyst or data science engineer or data analyst. Because ChatGPT itself giving all the things. Like if you just upload the data, you will get all the results. You no need of analyst no more. But now, industry is looking for agentic AI. how many of the universities have been implemented HMDA in their curriculum? This was the question. Like, we have more universities, but one or two, if you're doing it, that's not sufficient. And also, like when Sarah is talking about integration of AI and quantum computing, but we have to see how we can develop this kind of skills among the students so that our own university will be productive in that kind of thing. We should not go and look at other university or other industry what they are doing it. But how we can develop internally with our students so that that will help them to be a successful entrepreneur in the future or to be a kind of a CEO or CXO in a good company. That what we are expecting to it. I think it's getting delayed. It's fine. So coming to my perspective, what I'm saying is like in India, where we are lagging in skills, especially not only we are talking about business analytics, those things, but picture of integrating quantum and AI that adds more value. Because if you see, industries are not working with a chunk of data, they are working with tons of data. If you want to work with tons of data and our students are to get trained on it, then the students has to get trained on quantum and AI. The quantum is not just for not just for prediction, it is for processing the data. That's the reason now where this JP Morgan, then IBM, all those people have been using it, especially in finance, especially in the pharma and banking sector. But now it's not, it will not stop with that. It will go to other streams, especially higher educations also. When you want to do a kind of admission process, in my university we have 7,000 students. Might be in the state university you have training for your students. In that case, you need to go with quantum because ultimately it comes to in terms of speed processing and in terms of giving a kind of professional exposure to the students. That's the reason I'm saying that quantum is not just a word. It's like if you are now might be 2026, they're going to be educated like as a BTech or BBA program. They will be educating in 2028. In that time, where already quantum will be implemented and a lot of people are using it. That time, if our students are saying that we are not get trained on the quantum computing, that is our fault. As a leadership positions we are there, we have to see that what is good for the students and how they can survive after they get educated. So that is what the key point which I want to say it now as in the initial phase, and moving further I just show you when I get time to see how we can implement as a roadmap for our universities to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hemaji. I would now request Nitin Raneji to give his initial remarks and put things in perspective.
Can you have PPT, please? Basically, I am not the expert of the artificial intelligence, but when I am working as a academic head in university, what challenges I have faced in past, and based upon that challenges, what could be the probable solution or what could be the automated solution from those challenges that I have tried to put in my presentation. Basically, all we are the academic leaders. We are investing huge amount of time in our day-to-day work life on the tasks which might be non-productive or which might be consuming a lot of time which is not required. If at all, in practice, if we applied AI in our day-to-day affairs, right from admissions, teaching learning process, then our recruitment, might be placement, might be branding. So how we can do more effectively, that I want to highlight in my presentation. Here I have done a small exercise, you might take it as a case study for NRF ranking. Now we are in the process of finalizing the data for last 3 academic year till 2024-25 for this NRF ranking 27, that is the last day. Based upon the last year data, I have made some analysis which might be helpful to all of you, because this is the concern of everybody seated over here. Now what I did, next slide please.
Next slide.
What I did, basically, it's not getting reflected over here. It is something, we have done the analysis of top 200 university enlisted in NRF. Altogether, total 35 benchmarks we took into considerations. Can you just stop? Yeah, I hope it is visible. Sir, that one, the last one. Things will disappear. I hope it is visible to all of you. Yeah, not visible. But anyway. So, yeah, please. So let me explain it by that time. When I was doing this study, ours is the Greenfield University, which established in 2017. Basically, as a Greenfield University, I need to compete with the university which are Brownfield University, institution converted into university, and then the university which are in existence since from a long time, maybe state university. So as a Greenfield University, it was a big challenge to get into NRF ranking of top 200 university or maybe top 300 university at the is it? But unless and until I don't know where I am standing compared to all these 200 university, it will be really difficult for me to decide the strategy of the university to get into NRF ranking. So here, how we have made the use of AI in data analysis based upon the data of top 200 university which are enlisted, and this data is available in public domain. All of you can access this data. So what we did, we have identified total 35 benchmarks which are there in NRF ranking. And what are those 35 benchmarks that have been given over here? I'm sorry, it's not so clear, but that benchmarks are something: student admission against the sanction intake, student placement, then your international students, and so on. Altogether, that 35 benchmarks we have identified. Then we did the analysis 1 to 25, 1 to 50, 1 to 100, 1 to 150, 1 to 200. And the average score of each of the benchmark by using AI that we have calculated. So, and against that score, we have calculated the score of our university. So, I am discussing the case study of my university. So, I came to know where I am standing compared to top 100 university or top 200 university. To my surprise, I came to know I belong to the state of Madhya Pradesh. There are almost 82 universities, including state university. None of the university is among top 200 university except ISR Bhopal. So at least as a baby state, forget about 200 university, I want to remain top one in the state of Madhya Pradesh. What should be my strategy by using AI that I can define if at all this data analytics is available with me. So this way we did the data analysis and we came to know like these are the average score of top 200 university. This is the score of the university which are going for the NRF ranking, and based upon that where we are standing. So likewise we have decided our strategy. Now I am very much sure once you know what is your goal, it will be easy for you to reach to that goal. If at all you don't know where you want to go, it becomes very difficult. So that's what I am on this platform as your academic leader. This is one application by using AI we have implemented in our university. In the next slide you will find the data of the some top university. Go to the next slide please. So likewise here I have put the case study how the applications of AI can be done in admissions, can be done in uplifting the branding of your university, then in placement, then in HR management and all other things. So in due course of times, if Professor Rao permits, definitely I would like to put all those case study in front of the audience. But thank you. This is the introduction from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nitinji. I think you brought in some very important practical aspects. Yeah. I will now request Gitanjali Madam to give her perspective.
Esteemed chairperson of this session, esteemed fellow panelists sitting in front of me, the Vice-Chancellor of this university, AIU officials and all fellow Vice-Chancellors and stakeholders of Osmania University. I really feel happy to be a part of this great event and to coming to Osmania University because we in Berhampur University we have very strong bonding with Osmania University in the last decades. Professor Madhusudan Reddy, G. Gopal Reddy, G. Ram Reddy, they are all permanent visitors of Berhampur University, so I feel very happy to be here. And I am the only exception as a non-STEM person in this panel. I am not an expert at all, but as an academic leader, as my fellow lot of problems in every institution, and I will just take examples. The first page there, I will come to Balakista. So, AI enhances intelligence, quantum computing expands possibilities. Sir has already very extensively told. Together, they can transform universities from information providers into adaptive innovation-driven ecosystem. UNESCO notes that can accelerate progress towards the education 2030 agenda of SDG 4. However, it emphasizes that such integration must follow principles of inclusion and equity and adopts a human-centered approach. In the morning also it was the concern. So there has to be a human-centered approach. We are talking in terms of Vikshit Bharat, we are talking in terms of Vishwaguru, but we are mostly a consumer in the field of AI. We are producing, as our President Sir was saying, it is only 3% products in India. So we have really miles to go in the field of AI. I'll give you 3 examples. Imagine a large university where thousands of students register for courses every semester. Timetable classrooms remain underutilized at some hours and overcrowded at others. Faculty workloads are uneven and administrative teams spend weeks resolving conflicts. Now imagine that within minutes an intelligent system evaluates millions of possible combinations such as student preferences, faculty availability, infrastructure constraints, energy consumption, and even traffic flow on campus, and produces an optimal schedule that maximizes utilization, minimizes stress, and reduces cost. So this is what is the convergence of artificial intelligence and quantum technology can enable solving complex institutional problems that are simply too large for conventional systems to handle efficiently. The second example in pedagogy. Imagine a first-year engineering student from a rural background entering a university classroom. Despite intelligence and motivation, the student struggles, not due to lack of ability, but because the pace of instruction, language of delivery, prior preparation and learning style do not align with his needs. Traditionally, such students either struggle silently, depend heavily on peers, or gradually lose confidence. Now imagine a learning ecosystem powered by AI integrated with quantum enhanced analytics. From the very first week, the system continuously maps the student's comprehension patterns, problem solving approach, attention span, preferred learning modality, and even emotional engagement. It identifies conceptual gaps in mathematics, recommends targeted micro-lessons in the student's preferred language, dynamically adjusts difficulty level, and provides simulations to strengthen understanding. For laboratory subjects, virtual quantum-enabled simulations allow the student to experiment repeatedly without fear of failure or resource constraint. Third example, consider the complexity of an academic audit. This is governance, related to governance. Audit in a large university. Thousands of courses, hundreds of programs, diverse regulatory requirements, accreditation metrics, research outputs, faculty performance indicators, student feedback, financial compliance reports, and infrastructure utilization data, all compiled manually across all the departments. Months of preparation go into producing reports of bodies such as NAC, NBA, NIRF, and other regulatory agencies, often resulting in retrospective documentation rather than real-time quality assurance. Now imagine a governance system powered by AI integrated with quantum-enabled analytics. Such a system continuously monitors institutional data streams, curriculum delivery, learning outcomes, research productivity, financial transactions, attendance patterns, infrastructure usage, and stakeholder feedback. It instantly detects anomalies, predicts compliance risks, and generates dynamic dashboards aligned with accreditation frameworks. Instead of preparing for audits, the institution remains perpetually audit ready. So these are the three areas where we can really use AI and quantum technology. So key curriculum shifts according what I think. Introduction of AI and quantum literacy across disciplines, not only STEM subjects, it can be introduced also in social science and humanities. New degree programs in quantum computing, AI governance and data science. Integration of ethics, policy and social implications. Ethics should be a necessary part of AI integration. Industry-aligned skills development and research orientation. Continuous curriculum updating based on technological evolution. So pedagogical changes, in pedagogical changes, intelligent tutoring systems providing individualized guidance, real-time feedback on learning progress, simulation-based and experiential learning environment, data-driven identification of learning gaps, reduced administrative burden on faculty, enabling mentorship roles. In key governance innovations, we can say data-driven strategic planning and forecasting, continuous academic audit and accreditation readiness, optimal resource allocation and budgeting, transparent and accountable decision systems, smart campus management for sustainability. So the need of the hour is to produce AI and quantum capable human capital for industries and institutions. The other day I was in Delhi, that Bodhan AI conference, attending the Bodhan AI conference. I don't remember who said, he said, we are having the infrastructure of 19th century, the teachers are of 20th century, and the students are of Gen Z category of 21st century. So we have to really cope up with the situation, and we have to empower our teachers. Today I was I saw in the social media group, MMTTC is undertaking so many programs through AIU only. So many NEP programs are being conducted, IKS programs are being conducted. Guru Setu, they have floated very recently, and this is also a pilot program. So use of AI in higher education can also be done, and as I said, we have really miles to go in this context. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Yeah. As you have noted, all the three speakers have actually put in three different perspectives. Madam actually took us through interesting aspects of how AI can be harnessed in different activities in higher education system. And Nitinji is trying to tell us how to game NIRF. And Hemachandranji actually has just begun his take on the description of the technology per se. I'm sure he will unfold it further. The questions to be asked right now are the following. How ready India is in this technology race globally? Number one. Number two, what is the relevance of human teacher when this technology is fully harnessed? Number three, what is the footprint, carbon footprint on us when we implement this technology? These are very important questions that all of us have to think about. Now, if you look at the current scenario, India is marching ahead fairly well in quantum mission, in Sarvam AI, in Bodhini, in Diksha, in Guru Setu. All these are interesting tools that India has developed with limited resources. So with that approach, India is positioning itself as a low-cost, high-impact country for technology harnessing. There are many examples now. We will never be high-cost technology country. We are a low-cost technology country, and those examples are extremely revealing. That's number one. Number two, the country doesn't have enough good teachers, human teachers. Can we replace this? Can we use this as a substitute of the missing good teachers? If we want to use it, remember we have to cater to that 95% undergraduate students who are lurking around. Can we use this technology for the benefit of those because they don't have teachers? That's number two. Number three, can our energy ecosystem afford the energy consumption needs of this high technology? Because all these technologies are guzzlers of energy. So these are the real strategic issues. All of us have to think about it. And it is possible to analyze these strategic issues and come up with, when we don't have those resources as of now, but we will certainly beat them well in per capita AI, per capita quantum. It's possible to do it. And that is the interesting race that we are on. I will again open up second round to see if they can address some of these challenges in the way they articulate. And after I finish this round, I will entirely integrate the whole thing and give you 1, 2, 3 take-homes for education ecosystem. I hope that's okay. Now Hemachandra will go. Thank you.
Okay. So, if you see that, last month I have been represented Watson in Davos because we developed this. But it is not mandatory for any of them to follow that. But if we make it mandatory, across the globe, even in India, if we make it DPDP is mandatory for everyone, then there will be a kind of restrictions across the thing where how we can develop the tool and how we can put it in our university to use it. This is the first thing. Coming to the second thing. Now, I have a tool, I have been implemented in my organization. Let's take an example, resume shortlister. Because I have around a lot of people, like 7,000 students are there. Every year I have to recruit. But when people are applying it, I'm using my resume shortlister. For this year, from one of a company, I purchased it and I'm using it. That product is being trained on the data which is used till 2025. Now, if I use the same product for 2026 or 2027, the people who are educated in 2026 or 2027 and they came out, their complete resumes will be avoided or neglected by the resume shortlist because the data is not trained with those kind of a people. This is called a bias. If that happens, then we are the loser. Those people who are educated, they also will be the losers. How to avoid this? Every 6 month one, whatever the tool which you are using in your university or anywhere, that has to be trained once again or it has to be validated every 6 months, then only it should be used in your organization. Or else it will be a bias and we cannot use it anywhere. So this is the second point which is to be integrated when you are doing or implementing any AI tool in your organization. Coming to the third. A lot of people are talking about AI and quantum is a fancy thing, but everyone can speak about it. But if you ask some student to write a code like addition of two numbers using Python programming, they can't. They just open ChatGPT, they just write the prompt, adding of two numbers. It will give the solution or it will give the code, just implement it and it will go off. But that's what everyone, in school also, in college, everyone is doing that. Even as a professor, if I go to the class, if I start teaching introduction to Python programming, students will not listen because they are sitting at the back, they use ChatGPT, okay, professor is going to take introduction to Python programming. Here I know about it. And if I want to create a PPT, they just 2 minutes use Gamma, they just create a PPT and they will present. If you give assignment, if you give assignment, in 5 minutes, they use ChatGPT or Claude, they will just create a thing and they will submit. So how we can reduce it? We can reduce this by creating a kind of a AA policy in your university. Like how, if a professor coming to a class, how it has to be taught to the class. We can use ChatGPT in the classroom itself, but how much? For example, in my university we created AA policy framework. Like 5 levels we created. The first level is 0. No AA. Means in my class I'll give the topic in the classroom itself where they do the brainstorming and they'll give the solution. So they'll not use AI or they'll not use laptop in this. This is kind of 0 AI. Second is kind of, we can say like kind of a 20% AI. 20% AI means I'll give the topic, they will go use ChatGPT, they do the brainstorming with the ChatGPT and they can come up with the problem statement. That problem statement in the classroom where one person will be presenting, the other students should look into it and they should do the brainstorming in the class. Like that, if we create a kind of a protocol or a kind of a framework, that will be more useful in the higher education system, and even the students also will be familiar with the AI tool and they also know that how much they can use it, how to use it ethically in the complete throughout the life. That is very important. As a higher education institution, we have to do it. In that case, if you need any support, you can approach to VICE University. We can share you the AA policy framework. You can see that if it is fine for you, you can integrate it in your university and you can do it. This is the third. Coming to the fourth. Now, people will talk about AI and quantum, whatever may be, but how they are learning it perfectly. Because now if you see MSDE or MSME, everyone is like AI literacy. Everyone is talking about AI literacy. They have to train on AI and other emerging technologies. But how? If the people are not trained properly, and then how can we? So this can be removed or this can be achieved only by have two things. One is you have to have a tie-up with particular research centers in Telangana or outside India. Those who can help you in guiding your students, mentoring your students, and also for doing a kind of a good real-time projects. Second thing, you have to connect with universities. Like for example, Watson is connected with UCL. UCL is a university where they work on quantum. So now when we do a research on quantum AI, we have a support from them. They help in utilizing their resources. Like now, quantum you cannot use it in computer or hardware, because hardware is very costly. So they put it in the cloud. So if you want to access their cloud and to develop our products, they are giving us free, because we have partnered with them. So like that, you also need to approach to the partner universities who are good in quantum or who are good in AI. Then you can help them with kind of collaboration in terms of knowledge sharing, in terms of developing a kind of a product, or in terms of research. In this way, you can achieve this kind of issues which can be sorted out. Now, there is a third one. Like for example, if I want to get more admissions into my university, everyone will say that we have integrated AI in all the curriculums, or we have integrated quantum AI. It's not a fact. It is about, because people will think about it. Everyone talks about AI. AI is now cheaper. Now quantum is very costly, because of, if you want to buy one chip, it costs more than lakhs. Now India has done this national quantum mission. Many universities applied. So if we get that kind of opportunity to get more grants and all those things, then in India we can have one kind of a center where that can be useful for all the universities to have a good knowledge in that. But now we don't have. That's why we are looking into other country to support and to guide. At the same time, now IBM, then Microsoft, Nvidia, everyone has the IBM cloud. If you want to use them, yes, you can have a connect with them and then take a support of them, and you can use it for your students to do the simulations, not the hardware development. Now it is in the form of phase of just generating a kind of a simulation. We can see what kind of result you will get it. That's what. Now, this is a kind of Maya, you can say that, because everyone, like for getting admissions, will say that AI, quantum, but ultimately we have to see how much we are going to invest on that. That is also there. Now, even if I invest, whether somebody has to teach me that how to use it properly. If there is nothing to do it, then it will be like idle in the university. No one will use it. So it's a kind of network. That is the reason AI has done this. We all are here. We have to have a good networking among us, help each other to understand that where we are lagging, how we can support each other, so that mutually can benefit, and also we can grow the India's growth and come to the conclusion of what we can do it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Hema Garu. Now I would request Nitin Raneji to come up with his final thoughts.
Basically, I came up with the problems and probable solutions when we are working as a academic leader in our university. Organizers, could you please run the presentation, because I have put the case study, how we can find a solution on the problem which we are facing in our day-to-day administrative working.
Do you have the PowerPoint ready? Do you have his PPT ready? Or you have shut it down? Can you make the points without seeing the PPT slide?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah.
That helps.
So basically, because of the application of the AI, personalized teaching will be more effective. When we had a Gurukul kind of teaching system, that time the more focus was given on individual teaching, individual learning. The same kind of approach can be implemented by using AI even if, because when teacher goes to the classroom, he has to teach more than 60 students, 80 students. It will be really difficult for the student. Go to the next slide, please. Next.
Next slide.
Go to the next.
There is a lot of data in that.
Next. This one. Thank you. So here, these are the areas where the applications of AI can be implemented to find out the probable solution. Because these are the areas are closely linked to each of the academic leader. We have to work on all these portfolios. So if at all effectively, if we could use the various kind of AI tools in this area, the life will be more easy. Starting with the academic efficiency. As I have told, by using AI tools, the personalized learning experience we can give to the students. Then the student engagement, which is very, very important, that we can achieve by implementing the kind of various AI tools. First thing we have to understand and we have to accept very honestly, AI is not a software upgradation. It is a kind of different kind of thinking which we have to adopt as a university. So once we have adopted it, then the life of the teacher, the life of the students, that become very easy. And particularly the applications of AI in research, if you remember when we did the PhD, that time we used to sit hours and hours in library, but now because of the applications of this one, AI, so it becomes so easy to have the literature survey in a span of month or two. So this way, likewise for the undergraduate student and postgraduate student, if we could implement a component of AI to 10%, 20%, as my fellow colleagues had spoken about it, that could be the added advantage in terms of research. In fact, it will be helpful for the thesis writing also. Apart from that, the brand visibility, because unless and until you create the brand visibility, it will be really difficult to reach to the students what good practices you are having. And these AI tools will be really helpful for brand visibility. I hope after introduction of ChatGPT, we hardly use the Google search, and lot many AI tools can be used for this brand visibility, particularly Canva AI, which can create any kind of creative in minutes or seconds. Earlier, it used to take a lot of time by the designers. Then brand watch, which is nothing but useful for the sentiment analysis of the students. Then in the same way, then after that, once the brand visibility is there, how we can leverage AI into admissions of the university. Particularly by using the AI, I hope everybody is using the chatbot on the website of the university, but by using, we could have automated application processes, predictive analysis for candidate success, then chatbots for applicant inquiries, then document verification and fraud detection. And this benefit we can take if at all we could introduce some tools of AI in our admission processes. After admissions, I would say the HR management. Earlier, the HR department of the university used to take a lot of time for biodata screening and all those things. But if at all we implement the AI tools in HR management, then the recruitment, employer engagement, administrative efficiency, training and development, inclusiveness, and future trends, all these factors can be addressed in a very well way. Particularly automated resume screening, predictive analytics for hiring, chatbots for initial interactions, all these tools we can use effectively for the recruitment in the university. And these tools can also be used for employee engagement activity. This will really helpful to enhance the administrative efficiency. After recruitment, I would say how we can implement these AI tools in training and development, particularly placement, I would say. Now, here, the role of AI is very important because many of the companies nowadays started the AI interviews. So we have to give exposure to the students for facing the AI interviews. And if at all we could implement in our university, it will enhance the student profiling. Because many of the student does not know, because the shortlisting is happening because of the AI tools. So by using AI tools, how student profiling should be done, that we have to make it aware. Then the process of placement that can be automated. Then apart from that, the particularly the industry partnership optimization, that also can be enhanced by using these AI tools in the placement processes. So all these are the various applications where we can really implement the tools of AI for enhancing the efficiency in the university. Basically, if we see, artificial intelligence is not just improving the university, it is changing how universities are thinking. It is changing how we teach because information is no longer scarce. It is changing how we research because analysis can now happen at scale. It is changing how we decide because data is becoming real time. It is changing how we recruit talent because patterns are now visible. So my experience is like, if at all these different types of tools, if we implement in our day-to-day kind of administrative processes, our life as a head of the university, head of the institute will become easy, and university will be more fruitful towards the teacher, towards the students and all stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nitinji. Very good coverage of important points. Now I'll request Madam Garu to summarize and conclude her thoughts.
So before summarizing, I would take 2-3 minutes to show how AI is used in our university. Because most of the universities, they use AI in their, according to the requirement, which is as per their own requirement. So we have some certain departments which are very unique in its nature, and our location is also very unique because we are on a coast. It is on Gopalpur coast and very near to the sea. So we have lot of possibilities and we can explore, and we also face challenges. So AI also helps us. We have a Center of Excellence in Nanoscience and Technology for development of sensor. It is advancing a convergence of artificial intelligence, nanomaterials and quantum technology to build intelligent sensing ecosystems that extend beyond traditional measurement towards real-time interpretation and decision support. Among its successful implemented innovations is a non-invasive HbA1c monitoring device that integrates a small consensus engine capable of capturing multiple optical readings and applying algorithmic unsupervised machine learning to isolate the most reliable data while automatically filtering noise caused by motion or environmental variations. Complementing this is an intelligent interpretation layer that compares live measurements against age, expected physiological patterns, enabling the system to identify emerging trends and translate complex optical signals into actionable health guidance. So this is one. In the library, we are having a talking library where we use Kibbo, that is a virtually impaired reading device in talking library. This is also a physical device. It uses AI and machine learning to scan printed and handwritten documents, extract texts, translate it, convert it into audio, so virtually impaired users can listen to the content. So it is making it user-friendly also. We have an electronic science department which is using artificial neural network, which is the backbone of today's AI. It was effectively used by the department decades ago. 2 decades ago also they were using this network, this thing, and they are making 5G and 6G very low cost antenna today. It is costing around 130 rupees. So it is also, he has also got a patent for it. So in likewise in marine science is a very unique department in our university. So it is also generating robust data sets on the marine environment, biodiversity and physical process. The region is very frequently affected by natural calamities such as tropical cyclones, making continuously monitoring essential to understand their physical and biological impact. So data analytics and predictive modeling they are using, predicting climate impact and on marine ecosystems, forecasting harmful algal blooms, HABS and marine fauna, migration, turtle, birds and fishes. You must be knowing that the sea turtle, say olive ridley, they come in very large numbers, very near to Barampur, and around 7 lakhs sea turtle comes, and they students go and tag the turtles, whether to see that whether they are coming to the next year or not. So that is also in that way also they are using AI. Remote sensing and satellite data interpretation is also being done. Smart sensor and autonomous monitoring. Species identification, use of AI image recognition for automatic and rapid identification of species. Teaching and curriculum innovation also can be done. And in environmental science, very important things, two things are being done. The department has developed 2 indices, namely Agricultural Land Suitability Index, ALSI, and Agricultural Intensification Index, using the above mentioned models. These are used in the ongoing research on microplastic contamination along Odisha coast, and is successfully identifying different polymer categories and screening the contamination hotspots. The department also has undertaken a longitudinal study on human-wildlife conflict mitigation in eastern Ghats of Odisha, in which the mapping of conflict zone will also be determined by AI tools. Coming to my last observations, as a social science researcher, I will go to the problems and possible solutions. We face a lot of challenges, how the AI integration is embedded into NEP 2020 implementation, especially in social science and teacher education, spanning infrastructure, human capacity, ethics and equity issues. Infrastructure deficit, we know the rural-urban digital divide, it persists, and with unreliable internet, sometimes we have seen that during COVID, students were going to the hilltop, they were climbing into the trees to attend a class. So this is definitely a challenge. Only 30% of India has smartphone access, hindering NEP's e-learning goals. So that we have to address. Then teacher training gap, it is also a big challenge, and there is most of them are not receptive. They are not receptive. They are resisting also. So that was also that was the takeaway in one seminar very recently I attended. Educators, they lack AI efficiency and skills, so that is also a challenge. Facing resistance to new tools, inadequate program, slow adoption in teacher education, conflicting with NEP's CPD mandate. CPD mandate is continuous progress development. 50 hours a teacher has to utilize for developing himself, so to upskill himself. So that is a part of NEP which there's a lot of resistance. Ethical and privacy concerns, all of us know. Algorithmic bias, risk it enhances caste and gender inequalities in social science analytics. That is also a big challenge for all of us. Then high implementation expenses, as Sir was mentioning, that we have to have low cost analytical tools, and lack of localized AI tools. So that limits scalability in resource poor institutions, stalling multidisciplinary curricula. So that is also a big challenge. So we have to, and the regulatory and cultural hurdles are also there. Unified guidelines are missing, curriculum updates lag, institutional inertia and uneven state-central coordination. That is also a challenge in front of all of us. Strategies, some of the strategies I can say, there has to be an effective strategy to overcome AI integration, and it should focus on infrastructure upgrades, capacity building, ethical framework, and collaborative policies tailored for social science and teacher education as well. We have to foster policy and collaborative roadmap. Sir was talking about collaboration. We are also collaborating with many institutions. We are collaborating with University of Hyderabad and they also go to our institute for hand-holding the electronic science students. So that is the only way for public university, state public universities always can be hand-holded by central universities, and where big instruments are also there. So encourage multi-stakeholder collaboration. So that has to be there for funding the pilot projects. Integrate AI into NEP curricula with phased rollouts and monitoring via annual audit. So we can have this, and these are some of the possible solutions which I think will help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So as you have noted, my three co-panelists have given three different exhaustive articulation of details from their own experiential field. Let me summarize now. When we look at AI and quantum technologies, AI is already here, we have to implement it. So sooner or later, all universities, all higher educational institutes must come up with AI-centric curriculum. It's very important. All of us have to do a lot of capacity building in AI technology. We don't have enough capacity now. And this capacity building must encompass senior teachers, middle order teachers, young teachers to students. All of them have to be primed into utilizing this AI technology very efficiently. And number three, we have to design very innovative, multidisciplinary course content that is futuristic for our country, both in social sciences, humanities, and hard sciences. And this is a very important task that most of us who are sitting here have to do it. Sooner or later, we have to bite the bullet. And the time has come now. So this is a very important delivery point that we all have to do it. Another point is that whatever AI we talk about must be sourced from our own large language model. We cannot depend on large language models from outside the country. We have to have our own innate, native large language models which will propel the AI activities in the country. Right now, Sarvam is doing it. It is maturing it into a much larger, large language model. Bodhini is doing it. Diksha is doing it. Guru Setu is doing it. And there are other important Ministry of Education driven platforms coming up which all of us have to use it. So this requires fair amount of reorientation in the education ecosystem. And we have just begun waking up to this reality. All universities must have centers of excellence in AI so that they can intricately design rules and regulations, norms of how to use AI ethically, because there is a rampant use of AI in unethical manners, which is actually hurting our larger cause of higher education system. So this is a double-edged weapon, so we have to control it, and it is all do-it-yourself exercise. Each institution has to evolve it. There will be general guidelines from ministry, but really you have to bite the bullet to your requirement. At the end of the day, let us do one thought experiment. The thought experiment is the following. 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now, AI would mature so much that it would become human-like AI. It really will become human-like with a lot of innate intelligence, creativity, etc., etc. The question then is it replacing human creativity? Will it ultimately replace human creativity completely or in any significant manner? This is the larger question all of us have to ask. When you ask this question, you will realize that even highly advanced AI tools, human-like, will not be able to write Schrodinger equations, will not be able to invent quantum mechanics, will not be able to invent foundational sciences such as quantum mechanics or evolution science. It will not be able to. This is what most of us believe. There is enormous room for human creativity, and this we must convey to our youngsters, that although you are using all these technologies, your own inner creativity has to be kept on ignited. That hope we should never lose. And that's a very important red flag that all of us have to remember in our educational ecosystem, so that our undergraduates can intelligently combine AI, quantum technology with human creativity. I think Bharat is the only template that can intelligently combine these two globally. And some of us really believe in that. Western countries will not be able to do that because they are too much sold into technology. We are getting sold into technology, but more intelligently. And therefore, we are the only country which can intelligently combine technological prowess in all its bloom with human intelligence. If we can do this well in a cost-effective manner, I think we are the winner. We are the winners in the global race. In a very unique manner, we will be highest per capita AI and quantum country in a very intelligent manner. And this we should never lose track of. So these are the summary thoughts. I think all my panelists have covered very important points. If we have time, I don't know how much time we have, some questions can be entertained, maybe 2 or 3 questions. Do we have time? I don't know. 1 or 2 questions. So if you have any questions to any of our panelists, maybe 1 or 2 questions, and then we can conclude. If not questions, some thoughts. Yeah, please.
इसमें गलतियां हो सकती हैं,
होती है.
when we use ChatGPT, disclaimer is there, the information is based on the available on internet. You cannot depend fully on this information. So there should be need to increase accuracy of this AI tools.
Yes.
Another issue is ethics. So in a country like India, we cannot restrict this misuse of this AI, making a policy or other thing. There must be some technical and legal restriction for this AI. So after addressing these 2 issues, we can include the AI in our curricula. Another aspect of this AI, we have very increasing economy is the orange economy. Most of our youths are engaged in making reels, tutorials, and other social media. So we have to develop this AI ethically for making this economy, that is the orange economy. Large number of youth can be used this orange economy for self-employment. This is my submission.
I completely agree with you with all your points. This is a process which has just begun. It's work in progress. There will be a lot of errors in the tools, and we will mature into using it more accurately. System will mature. But in the beginning, when we are learning, we have to be learning intelligently and cautiously. This is for sure. Thank you very much. Any other comment quickly? Please. If I can say, AI will certainly replace all bad teachers. But all good teachers will have a lot of work to do. That is for sure. One quick final point, please.
As we have the model curriculum, let there also be a AI-centric model curriculum at the national level so that it can guide the rural universities particularly.
That work is happening now.
That's
That template is coming up.
Second thing is about the challenge is the digital infrastructure establishment.
That also is happening.
That
also is happening. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So one last question.
Yes.
Sir, can AIU help us in developing a draft university AI and quantum transformation roadmap aligned with the NEP 2020 and Viksit Bharat 2047 so that we can modify it according to our needs? And we know that there is a actual shortage of faculty members in this field because universities are producing very limited PhDs in AI and machine learning, other fields. So there is an absence, and we cannot match the salary package with the industries. So there is a shortage of qualified teachers in this field.
Yes.
So we can have some AI teaching assistant, that somebody was suggesting that. So if a roadmap is made for the university, it would be helpful.
Central government is thinking of special fellowships in AI technology, in quantum technology. We need to incentivize a lot of students in this area.
And funding is the main issue, I think. GPU clusters and this high performance computing is still a dream for us.
Yes.
Even we are not able to manipulate, use the AR and VR technologies, extended realities for the virtual instrumentation. Sir.
Correct. That is
true. Also a big
but things are improving. Let us be optimistic.
It appears it's who will bail the cat. We talk about quantum
all
technology.
All of us have to bail the cat, collectively.
Okay, thank you.
PC Garu.
Sir, these AI technologies, especially from school level onwards, we have to, in the curriculum, we have to slowly introduce, especially in the intermediate level, the computer related aspects zero, because they are busy with JEE and all state level examinations, etc. All of a sudden, they are entering into engineering and even other courses without having proper, the basics in computer science or AI, whatever. So slowly we have to introduce at the school level, then later intermediate, then. So they definitely substantial results will come when they graduate from any university because of this, the input starts from school to college and university level. Yeah, correct. Thank you.
Yeah. Madam.
Just to respond to some of the questions. One is at AIU level you were asking. We are having AADCs, which is Academic and Administrative Development Centers. And the purpose is that to train the teachers on how to use technology and AI for research, governance, and teaching. So that is one, and something like 15,000 teachers have already been trained. If you want to open an AADC in your university, do let us know. If you want your students to join those faculty members to join those AADC programs, the information is on our website. Second, we did conduct master classes for vice chancellors on AI. So those 2 master classes have already been taken place, and there we invite the vice chancellors like students with laptops and all. So hands-on trainings are there. So 2 days master classes for vice chancellor we are holding, and we'll be holding many more. Third, we are trying to build up a guideline on how to use AI for, say, teaching, how to use AI in research, and what all AI models are good for teaching, what are good for, say, data analysis, which one are good for making a PPT. So all that we are making a guideline, we will be sharing with you. And along with that, we will be requesting all the universities that whatever best practices you have in using AI, do share with us so that we can share those best practices with the rest of the universities. So that will be very good, and I suppose it will work very well. And then somebody here asked about the ethical use of AI, and use of AI is being used for cheating and all. So I'll just illustrate by way of example, in one of the AI master classes, one Professor Govind, he is in GD Goenka University, he is from USA. He said how intelligently he uses AI is, he says people are fear that students will copy the assignments from using AI and then submit. So the assignment he gave to his students were that do this assignment, use ChatGPT and do this assignment. But when you submit the assignment, I should not come to know that you have done from ChatGPT. So if I come to note that you have done through AI, then 0 number. So next day the students came and the whole night the students were working on making it non-AI. And when the next day the students came, he says, oh, this beautiful English, you don't even know proper grammar. That means you have used ChatGPT through 0 number. Next day, oh, such complicated equations in the class, you can't even understand simple equations. So that means you have used ChatGPT, and then he threw it away. So like this, every assignment he kept on rejecting. But he says, when the next day I went to the class to teach that very topic, the understanding level was much better. Because in the process of making it non-AI, the students had learned a lot in the process. So how to use AI intelligently also depends upon the teacher, that how they are thinking. I mean, there can be many, many more innovative ways of using AI, and then use it constructively for teaching the students, not for as a copying tool and giving them the marks. So I think there are many ways of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think on that note, maybe, yes, final note.
Yeah, Professor Rao. Two of the greatest challenges that the world is facing. One is artificial intelligence, and the next one is natural stupidity. So how to do away with this natural stupidity? And first of all, I will tell you about this AI, how the teachers are doing this AI. In our university, we do also allow the students use ChatGPT and submit the answer. But we say, at the same time, you have to submit the prompt. Your only prompt will be evaluated, not the answer. Because answer is given by ChatGPT. How you think? In that way, we are trying to do away with this natural stupidity. This is number one. And number two, again, the mindset has to be changed. What you told very correctly, a comprehensive reorientation is required. Always we are thinking less of resources, 19th century mindset or the infrastructure, 20th century teachers, and 21st century requirement. All these are our mindset. This natural stupidity is blocking us. And I request all my fraternity, let's have a small group, and like Boston University and both are doing that. Let's sit together and find out how we can use AI. And AI is not a big thing. Only this is what we made it a very larger than the life. And it is he rightly told, he have coined, it is a very good word. In late 70s and 80s, जो भी बेल बटन पहनता था अपने आप को अमिताभ बच्चन समझता था. तो अभी भी he was doing something, he's doing this, I am good in AI. So AI, that is, if you do away with the stupidity, natural stupidity, definitely you are using AI. And it is a need of the hour. अभी नहीं है, जिसका टाइम आ गया है उसको रोक नहीं सकते आप. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ultimately, AI, which is silicon-based brain, can never substitute your carbon-based brain.
Right.
Right? Natural stupidity is good if you don't repeat it and keep learning from it. Yeah. On that note, let us conclude this session. We really enjoyed the presentations and the questions and the interactive session. Thank you very much for this session. Thank you for organizing this. All the best.
Thank you so much, Professor B.J. Rao Garu, and all the other speakers who were there, Geetanjali ma'am, Nitin Rani sir, and Hemachadran sir. It was truly an enriching session with a lot of inputs and discussion. Probably there are many more people who want to share their inputs, but to lack of time, we had to cut them short. So we would continue with that during the lunch and the other sessions as well. As a token of gratitude, we would like to do a small felicitation, not a big one there. First, we would begin with Professor B.J. Rao sir. May I request our Hon'ble Vice-Chancellor, Professor Kumar Molugaram sir, and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, to come over to do the honors to Professor B.J. Rao sir. It's always a wealth of information listening to him, and to peep into his wisdom is something amazing. Every time we hear, we get something new to hear from him. Thank you so much, B.J. Rao sir.
request our Vice-Chancellor sir and ma'am to keep staying on the stage when we invite Professor Geetanjali Dash, Vice-Chancellor, Berhampur University. Kindly do the honors to her. Okay, one from the host university and one from AIU. Yeah, Professor Nitin Rane, Vice-Chancellor, Avantika University, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Hemachandran K, Director AI Research Center, Watson University, Hyderabad, Telangana. Thanks to the silent workers of this session, and Sri Lata ma'am, then Sirisha ma'am, and Vijaya ma'am for being the rapporteurs for this session. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for enriching this conference with visionary thought and leadership. Yeah, as they go for the group photo, my Vice-Chancellor whispered in my ears that the lunch break would be for 30 minutes. So what I wish the members who are there in this auditorium, I think Murthy sir is from IP, I don't have to tell him, that's the host institute that we have here. You will not walk through the gate through which you entered, you will just walk through the passage straight and get to the lunch place there. Okay, there is a dining hall. So please don't move to your right, go straight. That's what I mean. Indigenous research and product development. As India advances towards technological self-reliance and innovation leadership, universities must act as hubs of indigenous research, startup incubation, product development, and policy innovation. Really glad to have the members who are the panel members for this session. I'm delighted first to welcome the Vice-Chancellor of Guru Ghanshidas Vishwavidyalaya, Professor Alok Kumar Chakravalji, to please come over, sir. An accomplished academic leader and quality assurance advocate. He has served as coordinator of IQAC and represents Indian universities in the Court and Council of Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. Sir, we are really privileged to have you guide this deliberation. Then I call upon the speakers onto the dais. First, Professor Nilanjan Chattopadhyay, Vice-Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, a distinguished institution builder with international academic exposure and industry consultancy experience. He represents the synergy of academia and enterprise. Thank you so much, sir. Now I welcome Srijan Pal Singh, founder, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center, and IIM Ahmedabad gold medalist and former advisor to APJ Abdul Kalam. He has contributed to nationally significant innovation missions and youth-driven development frameworks. Yeah, we have a young Vice-Chancellor, that's Dr. Archana Mantri. Ma'am, I've seen her a little while ago. Oh, she's coming, I'm sorry. I was seeing something else there. A seasoned Vice-Chancellor of Anurag University, a seasoned academic leader with over 3 decades of experience. She has contributed to NEP implementation and innovation-driven institutional transformation. We do have a special guest in our midst. Let's put our hands together as we welcome our IAS officer, Shri Devasena Garu, to come over and grace the dais. People in Osmania University don't need much, because more than her personal achievements in the Indian Administrative Services, she'd love to be called as daughter of Professor S.S. Murthy, who has been a management professor. Yes, sir. Madam is the Secretary for the Collegiate Commission in Telangana. Thank you so much, sir, for reminding me that. So I would request the chairperson to kindly initiate the deliberations and invite the speakers. And before that, sir, I'll have to bring to your thing there. Probably we have gone about with asking ma'am to come for this session. So if she can contribute her thoughts for some time and she can make way to our office. Yeah, that's with permission of...
Yeah. I mean, we are already running almost 50 minutes late. And in any case, I have also to rush to airport. So I'll not speak much. I'll just give you a very brisk overview of what I thought to deliberate with all of you. I would request the IT team to run the PowerPoint here. Quickly an overview how this indigenous research can be supported with artificial intelligence, and how, and there is some hypothetical conclusion also, how will it work if we are going, I mean, merging Indian knowledge system with the this artificial intelligence. Is it not on the system?
Come, sir. Before that, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't mention my 2 colleagues that are there. Professor Hamida B from microbiology, and Professor Sandhya ma'am, who's from the Faculty of Genetics. Both of them would be rapporteurs for this session. All yours, sir.
So I don't know whether they are going to run, but I'm coming on the days. They're walking up. In the meantime, I'm coming there. Okay, no problem. Oh, so you can quickly, keep on, scrolling this. This is a AI-driven kind of total framework where we are going to bridge the gap. And what is the goal? It is written here on the extreme right side: abundant intelligence, ethical and sustainable, personalized solutions for that. Please go to the next. Here, how the Western people think about, the future, and how we Indians are, working upon for the centuries and thousands of years ago. So our concept is holistic and consciousness, that is centric. I mean, that is Chitta. We are working upon more on Chitta, and we talk about duty. We maximize our dharmas and interconnected welfare. Like we talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and all that. And sustainability, what we are talking for the last 11 years, that has been here with us for a long time. And on the left side, it was mentioned about the West aspect. Please go to the next. I'll be coming one by one after Panini and other things. Please next. So this is pillar 1. Please, the previous one. The pillar 1, which is cognitive infrastructure. We are talking about the AI Gurukul, how it will be working. And biological intelligence is also mentioned here. Thank you very much. I don't know whether... Okay. I don't know which side is it. Oh, that's better. That's better. Please go to pillar D, pillar C not. This is about cultural intelligence. We won't be able to talk, on each of them. Please go to the final one. When we are putting this artificial, hold for a year. So this is Indian knowledge system. We are talking about traditional knowledge digital library also, where it will be produced through this intervention. And if we are talking about only AI, and when we are clubbing this IKS with the AI, so what will be the integrated model of, having enhanced yield and production in the country? It is very much helpful for all of us. So I'm not taking much of time because, I'm working as the, you have given the charge of chairperson. So since the ma'am, Sridevasena, ma'am has to go in an early time, so I will request her to present her ideas on this.
Would prefer to stand if I'm not going to obstruct this. This is not necessary. Yeah. So good afternoon to all of you. Very happy to be here today. This is not just my alumni university, but I also was a daughter of a professor in Osmania University. So I have an extra qualification of being here by virtue of not just being born in this university or having studied, but also having married in this university. So I have an extra qualification to be here today. Of course, it's a very difficult thing that I keep your attention after a sumptuous meal that our Vice-Chancellor has provided, but I will try my best to be as quick as possible, which is very difficult. Let me just start by saying that this is a great platform that the government of Telangana is very happy to host, and we should be continuing to have these kind of interactions so that we share, we learn, and we are, making each other better than the previous day. More importantly, if we are looking at the emerging technologies that we're talking today about AI, we're talking about machine learning. So we see that every day something or the other about these technologies we see in the newspapers. And the industry is talking about it. The academicians are talking about it. The government is talking about it. And you all would have probably been part of the Bodhan AI. Some of you would have, I'm sure. There was a 2-day program in Government of India in Delhi where AI in education was showcased by a whole lot of entrepreneurs as well as academicians, universities. And now, of course, there's another 5-day AI Impact Summit that is going on right now. And the best part of it is most of those people there are South Indians. So we should be really very happy. Mr. Kamakoti, who is the IIT director in Madras, in Chennai, he happens to be anchoring the whole program. And having talked to him personally, I was of the opinion that there's really so much that we all can share. There is a very easy platform now given to us because under this Bodhan AI program, 6 months is the time given for Mr. Kamakoti as Director IIT to ensure that AI reaches all levels of education, not just universities. This is the government's mandate, Government of India's mandate to Mr. Kamakoti. So we have decided that we will now start making as many trips as possible to Chennai and ensure that all our universities and our, not just universities, but also colleges and intermediate colleges and also the schools get whatever benefit we can from this huge movement that is happening on AI. But sometimes I also feel that AI, as we talk about it today, we have certain limitations and we also have to understand that it cannot ever replace a teacher in the class. This is something that if we are always conscious of, we would be able to maximize the utility of AI. What happens generally is that if, I have to say something in Telugu that you may not possibly understand, but the meaning I will explain later. There used to be something like a student telling a teacher, Andaga, guide undaga, nuvenduku dandaga. It means basically that if I have a guide, in those old days we used to have these guidebooks, right? Then if I have that, why do I need you? You are not necessary at all. So that kind of a situation should never ever arise with AI. See, what's happening is the student is preparing his thesis with the help of AI. And the teacher is evaluating the thesis on the basis of AI. Where is your natural intelligence now? It's all artificial. So we have to be very cautious of this, especially when we see that most of the PhDs that are being churned out of certain universities are hardly of any value to the industry. If there's so much of academic knowledge, effort and resources going into preparing that 500 or 1000 page book, what is the use of it in the industries? What we all should immediately be thinking. In fact, I was just talking to CII director just now. So what we have done this year is, in collaboration with the CII and in collaboration with Tata Technologies, we have revamped the entire Polytechnic College syllabus in such a manner that today, a Polytechnic student, no matter which department he's in, he will study AIML, he will study IoT, he will study design thinking, he will study entrepreneurship. So these, and environment consciousness in terms of having green buildings and sustainability in every department that we have our courses in. So we have revamped everything and also got more than about 15 new courses from the AICTE, only to make sure that none of our Polytechnic students are left out of this technology bus that has just started moving. We don't want to miss that bus. And apart from that, we have also entered into agreements with IIT Hyderabad, who has curated our entire syllabus to make sure that it is completely, it has a competitive edge and state-of-the-art kind of a syllabus that we have got right now. Apart from that, in Telangana today, we have done something that has never ever been done. This is vertical integration. That is from the level of school up to the level of the university. Every teaching resource in terms of professors, in terms of lecturers, and every lab resource is now available on a portal where even a school student or a school teacher can decide if he wants to go and use the lab facility of a certain university. That will automatically be shown on that portal, and you can register for a slot there and take your students there and get them to do whatever experiments you would like to do. And we have now onboarded IIT Hyderabad also for this. So this is a great, I would say, path-breaking activity that we have started, which helps us all to share resources, like I initially had told you, in a very effective manner where it is actually required. Apart from that, we have got all our universities to fund the activities that are required under NAC and to build apprenticeship embedded programs in our degree colleges and in all our colleges, in fact. In fact, OU has come up with some 5 crore deposit to give the kind of requirement that is there in our universities to meet the NAC accreditation requirements. So not just OU, all universities have now come up, and I think we are going to have a corpus of at least 100 crores where we will be able to utilize this in terms of not just finances. Again, I'm telling you, it's finances, it is men, it is material, it is labs. Everything which is now a shared resource base for the entire education system in the country, in the state today. And we have none other than our Chief Minister who's heading this whole program. So we are very grateful that you are all here today. But I would like to just end with one small note. Today when we see our universities and the students in our universities, something is really lacking in the classroom engagement. This is my opinion. Because what is happening is, apart from the regular political influences that students have, the academic influence that has to happen in a classroom is dwindling. Which is why we have students coming out of universities doing things which do not matter for the building of this nation. I think we all have to recommit ourselves to making that classroom engagement fruitful and make sure that this country benefits out of every interaction that we have with our students. And that is where our entire, the future of our country lies, and you are all in that process of making the future of this country. Apart from that, I would also like to insist on the quality of the theses that are being produced. I have a very bad experience in terms of certain universities which actually dole out PhDs at a cost. And this is done through a proper network across states. So all you need to do, there was a lady who came to me recently and said, ma'am, I didn't get my promotion. Then I said, why? She said, I also have a PhD. Then I just asked her, in which subject or what is the topic of your PhD? Then she said, I don't know. Then I said, how did you get it? How did you get your PhD then? She said, just like others have got. Then what is that modus operandi? It is this, that you just pay money to somebody, he will take care of your attendance, he'll take care of your DTP, he will take care of the 200, 500, 1000 page thesis. Of course, I think the rates vary depending on the number of pages. And then you get your PhD. Many of them are even giving MComs, MBAs, MScs in this kind of a manner. So I would request all of you kindly understand that we are playing with the lives of these not just these lecturers, but also the students whom these people are going to teach. Just imagine if you're going to a doctor who doesn't know what to do with your body, but he makes incisions across your body. Can we really trust our body with such a doctor? Then how can we trust our nation with these kind of PhD holders who are going to come and teach nothing to our younger generation? So I would request all of you from this podium that I think this is a very important thing that we should put our heads into. And apart from that, something called ethics. You see, we see that today in the society, if there is some accident that has happened on the road, there are more number of people taking pictures of the accident than those who will help that person who is in an accident and take them to a hospital. That kind of, I would say, in human nature, it does not come just like that. It is because there is something brewing in our society which is not being addressed by us. It is a sense of extreme competition, maybe. That if someone is better than me, then I have to be better than him, no matter how, hook or crook. So that is all that matters. It doesn't matter whether I'm contributing anything, am I adding value by whatever I do. This kind of a ethic is not there anymore. Or even if it is there, it is very, very minimal. I see in my own son's university, where he's studying, that children, the students, the girls and the boys are caught in very, very compromising positions. This is not what we expect from universities. In fact, I was feeling ashamed to even lift my head when I was sitting in the canteen. So why are we allowing these on our campuses? As a parent, I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. Do we have no responsibility towards the behavior of our students on our campuses? Is it not our duty to tell them that this is not allowed in the university? You may say that they will not listen. You may say that it is not our job to control them. They are adults. And if you may also say that if they are not allowed here, they'll do it outside. But I would like to tell you that complicit nature of the situation, where you are not even raising your voice, that is enough to cause enough damage for the society. These students are going to grow and become irresponsible, completely, oriented towards pleasure and nothing else. They are not going to build the nation. And whereas that is our entire purpose in having universities and having professors like you. And being the daughter of a professor, I'm telling you, I was always telling my father that I don't want to be a professor. Because we never had great lives. We were always struggling for money. My father never used to give tuitions because he said that if I give tuitions, then that is against the university regulations. So we had just that money which used to come in. And then we had a lot of people studying in my house, so whom we had to support. Then there was a time when I got admission in University of Georgia Tech and Georgia State University into MS in statistics. I very badly wanted to go there. They asked us for a balance of 9 lakh rupees, a bank balance. My father said, I don't have that money. What normally people do is they take 9 lakhs from the bank, put it in the account for a day, pay the interest amount and show the certificate. Then I said, why don't we do that like everyone else is doing? He said, no. If I'm going to do that, I am not standing up to what the university expects from me. It expects that I have that kind of money with me to be available at all times. So he said, I'm not going to give that kind of a certificate. And I had to forego my admission. But I forewent my admission today to stand before you as an IAS officer, which I'm very proud to have been. So that standing up for ethics was something that I think we learned because my father was a professor and he taught it to everybody, whomever he taught. Just now when I was having my lunch, somebody was telling me, I think the director of IP, that, you know, this is what we have learned from your dad who used to frequent this very IP for a very long time. So ethics and some sense of Desh Bhakti, some sense of patriotism, this is something I really fervently request all of you to inculcate. Today, no one even stands up when you have the national anthem playing. I don't think this is the kind of generation we want to see. I request you to ensure that whatever we are talking about today to our children, we talk about it to our students and ensure that the university is nothing but a bigger family and you have more number of students who are nothing but your own children whom you will have to groom. So last but not the least, I'm going to stop, Patrick, so don't worry, is that, when we talk of AI and all these emerging technologies, I would like to impress upon all of you that we should also find our balance here. Our balance between what is right and what is easy. AI is easy, but it may not be right always. I would be happier if there was an AI tool which helps to do some matchmaking and helps.
Please conclude. We are running short of
and
time.
help couples to stay together. Today we find so much of rate of divorce everywhere. But if we are able to make that difference between what is right and what is easy, then AI, all kinds of emerging technologies are very welcome in our lives, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your pain shows that why we need IKS, because our traditions are very rich, and if we follow our traditions, that will be very important. Do you have to say something in between? Yeah, please.
I request, no ma'am, very quickly we'll finish it. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, and our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor Kumar Molugaram, sir, to quickly felicitate ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We apologize to you because we had kind of a spillover from other sessions which had gone into nothing else there. A few delays had gone into this time. And there's another IAS officer waiting for the next session to be the keynote speaker. Subramaniam sir is already there. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. As the Commissioner of Collegiate and Technical Education, you spearheaded many women-related projects. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Yeah. Alok, sir. My done, sir. Your choice. I'm sorry to...
You can leave now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please, let us complete by 4 o'clock. In between, I will not accept any intervention from your side. Huh? Let it be like a session. And see, we are having only 21 minutes left. So in between, there has to be some interaction also. So I would request Professor Nilanjan Chattopadhyay, hardly within 4 minutes, sir.
My life is made difficult because the brief was for 10 minutes and now it has boiled down to 4 minutes. But let me try. I'm remembering Professor Rao Garu talking in technical session 1 that 95% of our students are not in elite institutions. So my first point is there. What are we doing with those 95% students? And sitting in this room, I find most of the vice chancellors are from
so-called tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 universities or states. And we get those 95% students. So whatever the AI is happening, AI innovations are happening, AI revolutions are happening, will it reach the 95% population? That's my first question. If it does not, let's not talk about it. If it is to be limited to only the centers for excellence, only the institutions of national eminence, sorry, we should stop this discussion right now. So therefore, what's the way out? The way out is, let's not talk about Center for Excellence. Let's move from COE to NEP, not National Education Policy, but network of practice. Those centers for excellence, they have got the fund, they have got the resources, they have got the human resources to run, to establish and run those centers. Why can't we, the so-called poor sons of the mother, we or our students can't access those centers for excellence? When ma'am said that Telangana has already made this effort, my joy had no bound that in Telangana you have this, but in Madhya Pradesh we don't. In Chhattisgarh we don't. In many of the states we don't. But what a fantastic initiative that it is. That the resources are centralized and the networks can be used by many. Point number one. Point number two, the session chair was talking about IKS. And there's a lot of talk going on about Indian knowledge system. And what AI is doing there are, again, I'm sorry, I'm criticizing, but someone has to speak the truth. The AI there is mostly on paper. Are the students actually going to those people who have that indigenous knowledge within themselves? Are the students going to them to capture their knowledge into a digital form? The answer is no. They are being ignored as tribals. They are being ignored as aboriginals. We are probably copying the West again. But that's our strength. And unless our strength is materialized into AI by our own students, how are we talking about even AI? My point number three, these multidisciplinary universities, much like Osmania here, we are actually the seat of knowledge. And unfortunately in India, the education system has grown in a way that unless you have Indian Institute written in front of you, you are not an institution. And I'm not against them. The IITs and IIMs of the country, they have done a great job. We all salute them. But at the same time, let's come down to reality. It's a multidisciplinary university where a management and a law, I'll take another 2 minutes. A management and a law and a social science stay together, breathe together, and they talk together. And therefore, a student of management can talk to a student of design to go to an artisan and capture that art, let's say of Madhya Pradesh, the Gond art, those tribals, so-called, that they can capture that art, make into a digital algorithm, and therefore move into the AI era. So therefore, India should not, probably in my opinion, we should not go for design another Google, go for designing another Meta, another ChatGPT. We cannot do that, let's face it. But definitely, we can go ahead to apply those algorithms, apply AI in a way that no one else, no other country can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Mr. Vijan Palvi. He is an IIM Ahmedabad graduate and a wonderful man on artificial intelligence. Actually, he is an authority, I think. Instead of, we will be talking anything on the surface area only. He is a person who can spend good time, because I personally have attended his session and is a wonderful guy. Srijanji, I'm sorry, but you have to complete your task in a very short time. Please.
I'll do that. Thank you, sir, for those very kind words. Can you put up the slideshow and we'll run a marathon like 100 meters. Right, okay. So, okay, when I say next, you just next. Okay, so next. Okay, next. Okay, I want to stick to this one. The topic which today we were discussing is indigenous research. That was the session topic. And this is what I wanted to highlight. Don't, and this is I think what you were also mentioning, but we can make Google, sir. We will make Google, right? But we will solve our problems. And our opportunities, our challenges, our resources, our people, our languages, our culture, the IKS system sir is talking about, all those things, our history is the oldest in the world, and our problems are unique, our opportunities are unique, and we have to solve our problems. And then let's, next. Okay, so next, right. And this is what my guru, and I worked with him for more than 6 years, lived in the same house, ate every lunch, dinner, breakfast with him. Dr. Kalam, we wrote an article, you can't read my name there, it's there, it's a Hindu article, we wrote an editorial on that. And he said something, that we and we alone will decide what is best for us, whether it's economic growth, social development, any, in the context of what we are. This article is from the Hindu, it's the longest editorial ever published in Hindu, which we co-authored, it's about 2 pages, and this was about thorium power. Now, how many of you, and if you allow me, you are all teachers, but I can still sort of treat you like a student. How many of you have heard of thorium energy possibility in India? Right, very few. And that's exactly the challenge. You know, the amount of thorium, especially around Kerala, and this is Dr. Kalam and I, we have researched a lot on this now, and this is now in the parliament also. The amount of energy in the thorium which India has is equal to, is actually greater than, the amount of energy left in the world's remaining oil resource, coal resource, petroleum, oil and gas, everything, uranium put together. We are sitting on an opportunity of thorium, far greater energy than any other known source of energy right now in the world, and we do not know about it. And that's the opportunity we have. That's why we need indigenous research. And sir, I think that is also IKS. Knowing what you are and doing according to what you have, right? And you know who's working on thorium? America is working on thorium right now. And you know who's the chief advisor to that firm? Anil Kakodkar, Dr. Anil Kakodkar. The reactor is called ANEEL, A-N-E-E-L, ANEEL. Our person, our mind, our mentor, our thorium, American product. That's what we need to change. Next. And this is what we follow, and I'll quickly say, next things I'll do is I'm going to take you through what we do. It's easy to talk. It's much difficult to walk the talk. And it's even more difficult to run where we're supposed to walk. So the highest quality education with value system is not denied to anybody based on economic, social, geographical, or linguistic discrimination. Dr. Kalam Vision 2020. This is what we are going to achieve. Next, how? Can we have, I think ma'am you were talking about, lab access. Can we, now how do I give lab access to every single village? Suppose I want to take an electron microscope to every single village of this country. How do I do that? And why do they not deserve to have it? Tabhi to youth potential will be unleashed. Can I create something, and these are ideas for enterprise, right? Can I create context, when I teach AI, sir, you were talking about that. Can we teach AI, or any other thing for that matter of fact, in a context which is Indian? Why do we have to bring Madison Square's reference and some London reference and New York reference? Why not Etawah ka reference? Why not Barabanki ka reference? Why not Bahraich ka reference? Why not some other little district, tiny district? Can we do that? That is where AI will work, sir, for us. Can we create, I am from Ahmedabad, so guilty as charged. But we teach what? Even in Ahmedabad, half of my cases, in fact more than half of my cases, were about some Panama airline and some DC-10 aircraft, which I had no context of. Can I create content, for example, case studies in management, which are Indian and which can be rapidly replicated, and can AI help teach that? Can we do all these things? And then I'll come to the last point later. And I'm telling you this is because we are doing that. It's not a pie in the sky. It's not a dream which we have. It's a realization of a dream. So let's go through that very quickly in the next 1 minute. Next. Next. This is a first of its kind, VR-based, high-end advanced physics lab. It tracks 100 different motions of your finger, and you can do anything which you do in a lab, put on a VR device, and you can operate all kinds of equipment. Any equipment which is above 5 CR in cost has been replicated in it, has been implemented. This is in Kanpur. And this is serving all 600 colleges out there. Next, this is how the lab looks like. Pretty simple, but inside it looks fantastic. Next, right? So this is XRD experiment. XRD is a very expensive for those who teach physics. Next, Next, this is NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance. Next, this is back. अरे back करना यार, दूसरे side. नहीं होता. अच्छा एक ही तरफ जाते हो. Okay. Okay. No problem. So I okay. हाँ एक करके करते हैं. चलिए अभी वो लाएं उसको तक वापस बैक मत करना, वहीं पे जहाँ आ गया था वहीं छोड़ देना. अभी बहुत पीछे आओ. तुम तो हमसे भी तेज चल रहे हो. चलो भाई. ओके. हाँ सर, वो आपके कमांड पे चल रहा है. AI is under your command. हाँ. So this I want to just pause next. I want to pause on this one because suppose you want to turn a little knob. Those are difficult motions to track. We can do that now. 100% built in India, by Indians, applied Indian, thought by Indians. We don't want Chinese product, we don't want German product. This is all Indian, right? 100% Bharatiya. और इसमें इस पूरी टीम में मेरे there is no IITian. Other than me, there is no IIM wala bhi. So nobody. Simple. Non-IITians have made this. Next. And it's working. So the thing is, it's functional. Next. अच्छा मेरे पास ही है. अच्छा आप कंट्रोल मेरे को दे दिया है. चलिए. This is hydrogen power simulator. So we wanted to teach kids, we can teach youngsters in technologies which will happen tomorrow. So we have created a whole set of simulators where, and this is not even requires a VR. You can also play it on a computer. You can do all kinds of simulation of how a hydrogen power plant works or a hydrogen fuel station works. So all different kind of methods have come here right up till here. And you can, this is, we are working with the Ministry of Petroleum to get this onboarded. It's already with HSSC. Next. This is, so you can also, this is a hydrogen power. This looks like that and you can play it on a computer. See, we have to have any content which is made has to have the benchmark of Netflix. Any game which is created or a simulator in this case has to have the benchmark of a Grand Theft Auto or an Assassin's Creed, which you may not have heard, but these are what kids are playing. So you have to be in that context. Then can we create content in a context which we need? So we have created 75-hour curriculum, which are 3 credit programs, which are embedded across multiple university programs, and these are for BA, BSc, BCom. And this is teaching AI to a girl, say, I mean, we have those videos in Hindi, in the context where she is. So if she's from Kanpur Dehat, let's talk Kanpur Dehat. And the AI system should be able to build the course accordingly. That is the power of AI. Then it doesn't look like a New York product. It looks like this is Kanpur Dehat product. And we have a BA first year girls who are teaching, who are learning this and talking about deep learning. So it doesn't matter if you are not a technology student, you can still do that. This is how it should look like. It has to look like Netflix, right? This is, now what do you do? One of the biggest problem which we faced was that when we teach somebody, and we are teaching about 150,000 students on this, the problem is when you teach them, there's nobody to guide them. So if they miss one turn on ChatGPT, they're gone. Nobody's there to teach them. So we created a replica of every single major AI, generative AI tool, Perplexity, ChatGPT, everything, and we gamified it. You change, if you click it wrong, it tells you where to go. AI will teach AI. And like that, we are teaching future of jobs, we are teaching financial literacy, and we've created a whole set of games and Netflix quality videos on it in Hindi. And wherever we go, we create in that language. Now, the last one I was telling you about indigenizing content. So, sir, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, khatam kar do, sir. Okay, sir. Indigenizing technology. So there's a big problem. So Lucknow University came to us and said, how do we teach case methodology? We are not in the right stage and we don't have the right cases. Even if we have the right cases, we don't know how to teach it. Can you provide a solution to that? So what the solution we provided was that we created the first of its kind gamified case study. The entire case study is a game. You play a game, go left, right, take decisions, talk to the CEO, fit the Porter's 5 forces model. Everything which we would do in an IIM Ahmedabad class can be gamified in a game in any language you want. We can generate cases, we can create questions, we can do testing out of it, and everything is now is there in Lucknow University, right? So now, last thing I come to. Last thing is, okay, we are also working with a lot of teachers. So this was what I was doing yesterday also. We are teaching teachers AI, and these are government school teachers all across India. But this is my last item, what we're doing now. And 30 seconds, I'll wrap it up. Now, we are creating, first of all, we are creating, why everybody comes to me and says, oh, you were so lucky you worked with Dr. Kalam, you lived with Dr. Kalam, you wrote books with him, he was a teacher. He can be your teacher. So we are creating replicas of all Indian great gurus, starting with Dr. Kalam, who will now become teachers in a virtual world. So these are This is a solution we are implementing in IIM Shillong. This is his final lecture. I was with him when he passed away. We were this far away. And we are replicating that entire lecture. You raise your hand, he will come to you and say, what is your question? He'll ask you questions, you have to answer it. The entire thing, the last lecture of Dr. Kalam is something which we have recreated. And we are also creating, last thing Yogitha sir, we are creating complex laboratories now. In the same technology as for physics, we are creating complex technology. For example, a thorium power plant, a nuclear power plant, the CERN, the particle accelerator, the International Space Station. Can you do experiments there sitting in Barabanki? Barabanki, by the way, is a small village town in UP.
Near Lucknow.
Near Lucknow, yes.
Oh, yes.
Right, sir.
So
that's what it is, sir.
Should I express my thanks to you? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Big
you.
hands.
I ran fast.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm requesting you to complete within 4 minutes. We are running very short of time. Ma'am, Archana Mantriji.
Thank you, sir. We have heard the thinkers, the revolters, and the actioner. Everybody we have heard. Well, I was also, when jotting down everything about this topic, I thought, what are we going to discuss today? Are we going to discuss technology today? Because, of course, AI isn't technology. But then I thought, no, looking at the topic of the discussion, it's about India's strategic autonomy. It's about research relevance that we are talking about, and it's about institutional responsibility because we are all heads of the institutes that we are all participating. So then I thought once again, as all the three speakers today before me also spoke about, what is the context and pretext to what is the discussion today? And that's the India's context, that is India's pretext. So how do we leverage? What do we do with AI to develop AI for Indian pretext and for Indian context? We also know that we are a developing economy and we are going to be developed, we aspire to be developed by 2047. That's a huge context that we are talking about. So when I see people talking about not adopting AI because it's a foreign product, or some of the products, or many of the products are AI, I would say, please look at it the context that we are still developing. We aspire to be developed, so let's use all that is available. Why not? But we have very unique demography and geography with huge variety and huge population, the most populous nation on the globe. How can we leverage that? And we have a huge knowledge system because we are one of the most ancient countries in this world. So we have a huge knowledge system at the back of us. So in this context and pretext, we need to look at AI. And we are talking about indigenous research, indigenous development. So when I said in the beginning, we are discussing three things. And the last one that I mentioned is institutions' responsibility. In this pretext and context, the institutional responsibility is to move from research output mindset to product output mindset. And when we are talking of productization, AI or no AI, we need to see what is the Indian context. And all of us talked about it. What are our problems? We are going to solve it. If that requires developing a new AI product, let's do it. But if it doesn't require, if it is already there, let's use it. So everybody is talking about, or many of us talked about, we do not have an indigenous AI product or a ChatGPT maybe, like that. But if ChatGPT is doing something good, which is usable in its existing form, let's use it. But if it cannot be used in Indian context, we need to build one for us. So that's what is the product orientation use of AI should be when we are talking of indigenization or indigenous product development using AI. That's the main point that I want to put forth. Also, how institutions can contribute to this AI revolution. Government is doing its bit. They are already doing. They have put forth, the India AI mission is there. Atmanirbhar Bharat is there, everything is there, and there are huge amounts of funds parked for that. But what is institute's responsibility? Let's develop Indianized or data sets which are going to train AI in Indian context. That's the universities can do. That's higher education institutes can do. Because right now, the training that the AI is getting is all not in the outside the context of India. Let's do that. That is another responsibility that we can take care, and we can do with the huge amount of manpower that we have in our campuses. The third thing as an institution responsibility that we can do is we should make our campuses living labs for all these productization, because they are our problems. We are solving it. Where is the test bed? Our campuses can be the test bed. So with all this, I would just sum up that let's strategize this whole AI impact and use AI for indigenization of the products in the pretext and context of India, using the whole big, huge knowledge base that we have by us, for us. And use AI as a friend, foreign product or our product. If there is a need, let's develop one. And institution responsibility in three things. First, develop strategies so that we can use all this knowledge base for our best use. Second, use our campuses as living labs. And third, develop ethical practices. Sir has very beautifully put out there what is Indian knowledge system and how it is different from other knowledge systems. Let's use that. Generate data sets to train AI developed by anybody so that it can be used in Indian context. Those are the four things that we can do. Thank you.
So much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I guess Srimati A. Shri Devasena ji characterized the recent crisis of ethical values, and she was very much apt in presenting herself. Sir also advocated the same thing, almost in the same line. And of course, Shrijan Pal Singh ji gave practical solutions to the classrooms and universities and institutions. Dr. Archana Mantri said very well that, okay, we need to look into ourselves first. We have to evaluate the things. We have not to go and follow everything what is in the West. And this was a wonderful kind of session. Of course, we are running short of time. First thing we have to learn from AI, that is time management. So I am just concluding here, because your next session, it's a percolating effect. If it is delayed, the further session will also be delayed. Then cultural program will be delayed. Then dinner will be delayed. Then your digestion will be delayed. Then a lot of problems will arise in between. So thank you very much for listening and giving a patient hearing to all of us. Thank you so much.
Short of words to thank you for the way you have made everybody to be Usain Bolts around. The way he said that we got to be 100-meter dash sprinters around there. Sir, I'm really sorry I didn't have to intrude with the session, but yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I also pray that you would get to the airport on time there. Thank you so much. No, sir, not for this thing. Very much, sir. We also have a Vice-Chancellor, so who always reminds us about being on time. Can I have our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, sir, and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am? Both of them were also reminding me about the time in between there. So I couldn't help out. We said 2:45, but thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. May I request both of them to do the honors. First to Professor Alok Kumar Chakrawal, VC Guru Ghanshidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Next, kindly do the honors to Professor Nilanjan Chattopadhyay, Vice-Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. So kindly do the honors to Shri Srijanpal Singh, founder Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center, New Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for making us recall the wonderful president that we had. I'm so glad that you have worked very closely with him. And someone who equally ran the 100-meter dash was Dr. Archana Mantri, Vice-Chancellor of Anurag University, Hyderabad. A very quick photograph of you all together as a group pic, Manoj. Yeah. Devasena ma'am, if you can just print up once for a group photo, quickly. The members were there in the auditorium. I request you kindly give the feedback forms that are being placed before you. Kindly fill it up and give it to the volunteers who would collect it. That will be of an immense help to us. Thank each of you all for this wonderful session. And a huge thanks to Professor Alok Kumar Chakrawal, sir. Thanks a lot. Let us put our hands together to all the panel members who had given us that enriching inputs during the session. And we wouldn't be breaking for tea. We would continue with the centenary lecture as well. Vijender sir, I'm on track. We'll start. No, sir. We are getting straight with Subramaniam sir's session. After that, we'll do that. We'll arrange it. Yes. We'll continue the session without time. Thanks a lot once again. May I invite Dr. R. Subramaniam. Subramaniam, sir, former Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, to please come out to the dais, sir. Subramaniam, sir. I did have a few Zoom meetings with sir when he was trying to give us inputs on embedded courses related with entrepreneurship. So please, sir, a line or two about you, sir. Sir has rendered 37 years of distinguished services across the full spectrum of the social sector, including tribal development, rural development, poverty alleviation, education, and social justice. Shri R. Subramaniam belongs to the IAS 85 batch. He served for 4.5 years as Secretary to the Government of India, leading the Department of Higher Education and Social Justice, where he played a pivotal role in policy formulation and systemic reforms. An Education Secretary, he spearheaded the formulation of the NEP 2020 in close collaboration with academicians and experts. He has been central to establishing key institutions such as the Higher Education Financing Agency and the National Testing Agency. I wouldn't take much time and be between you and the audience, sir. It's all yours, Dr. Al Subramaniam. Can I have the cordless mic? Also, you'd like to speak?
Happy to be here and meeting lots of old friends. And actually a conglomeration of vice-chancellors is a great occasion to really reflect on the larger issues. Friends, today the nation is dreaming of a Vikasit Bharat. The Vikasit Bharat would mean a 8 times increase in the gross domestic product of this country and more than 8 times increase in the per capita income of the country. And this would actually require revolutionizing our products, processes, and also the way that we are looking at organizing our entire economy. This would actually, the focus of this dream actually comes onto the human resources. See, that is where I think this dream is very intrinsically linked to the higher education system. Because unless we are able to produce that sort of a cream of the human resources, this dream, I'm afraid, is unlikely to be realized. Because it is not the investment which makes things. It is the human beings who actually make things great or not so great. And when I look at the higher education system today, I have lots of worries. One of the biggest education system, more than 4.2 crores, closing into 4.5 crores of students. And I was amazed to look at the fact that at least 1 crore of these people are getting released into the market every year without any hope of finding any employment. That is because the market does not find the skill set they are coming out of the university as relevant for them. And traditionally what we have done is that we discouraged questioning in the classrooms. Starting from the primary schools, if a child asks questions, then he is always made to sit in the last row because वो बहुत शोर करता है. So the way that our society got organized is for compliance. You listen to the elders, don't question, read your lessons, get good marks, and get a degree. But the degree has no value. The degree has no value anymore because what the economy is seeking are the people who are able to think out of the box. They are looking at people who can innovate new things. And that is something which we have not done. So that's the cause of my worry. Devasena was talking about the quality of the PhDs. I mean, that is just a reflection. I mean, we are all aware of the sort of quality that comes out of the universities. So friends, I think the time has come for us to just have a relook at it. I would say that about 5 challenges that we are really, that they're staring at us. One, of course, as I said, the quality. We don't even have a quality parameter to check whether a university is doing well or not. NIRF, of course, we started. But is NIRF a complete measure of the quality? And NIRF, not everybody participates. Not all colleges participate, not all universities participate. The participation levels is increasing. But then, as the professor has been saying, a large part of the student population is in those colleges and the universities which are not participating in NIRF. The neglected part of our education system is actually the largest part also, which is actually the travesty. Normally, in a democratic setup, where large number of people are there, the focus should go there. In our system, it is ulta hai. So you have large number of people in these colleges which don't participate in anything, and even if they participate, they won't be ranked, and they contain very vast majority of people. And then if you really look at the union budgets analysis, at least 60% of it goes for premier institutions. I mean, I don't have as you are rightly saying, we have the premier institutions have produced people who have actually, made India's name great across the world. That's fine, but not at the cost of the 95%. The 95%, the 95% people matter. So we need to really look at what can be done. For today, the student has got very easy access, and this doesn't have any digital divide. Let me tell you. Unlike the other digital divides, all the AI tools work on simple phones. They work on simple phones, and then the telecom penetration is 99% in this country. And so your students will have complete access to AI tools, but without having access to the cognitive processes. So my fear is that unless we wake up early, we'll suddenly have a generation of students whose cognitive processes will be so low that the entire dream about all this Vikasit Bharat and all will fade. So what is the way out for us? So how do we use AI tools in the education process? I'm not a person who will say that don't ban AI. I mean, that will be foolish. We are actually moving forward. It is like a calculator movement. I don't know when you are in the schools, probably calculators may have just come just then. Then people said that what is this calculator? You ban the calculator because calculator hai to no, you won't know how to do maths. आपका जो simple additions, deletions, multiplications, people will forget. But calculators have become part of our academic process. Today, calculator is a must. If you want to go take the exam, calculator is a must. Because we don't expect students to do basic calculation. We want to use the conceptual part of it and then leave the mechanical calculations to a machine. I think this calculator movement should actually guide us through this process of AI revolution. How do we use these tools, accept them, use them, but then use them to construct a higher conceptual model? So that is the challenge before all the academicians sitting here. How do we do that? So we also have now our campuses, many of you are government institutions. We have a huge differential in terms of the learning levels. And better the institution, better in terms of the ranking of the institution, higher is this gap. In the same classroom, you are teaching the same subject, same students, but one person is at a particular level, another person is just behind by 5 years. Can we use AI tools in order to bring more inclusive education? See, this is where my concern is. Can we use AI tools to make the Tier 2, Tier 3 college students better aware? More, can we, we have this PAL, that is personalized adaptive learning. I mean, this is a tool which has been designed for the schools. I mean, I don't know if you have seen PAL. It is now widely used. It is very expensive. It is very expensive, but I'm sure with the adoption, that expense will also come down. I think there is a need for PAL for the higher education across the subjects, not necessarily physics, mathematics. You also need PAL for history. You also need PAL for psychology. Any subject you can design a personalized adaptive learning. Artificial intelligence gives that opportunity for you. So who can build PAL? Anybody who has got access to large quantum of data can build a PAL, right? So you need large quantum of data. So that is what basically is the fuel. As you know, I mean, I'm stating the most obvious. The fuel for growth of AI is the data. And data is something which we have in plenty. So the One Nation, One Data project which I had supervised, I think it really sort of created, many petabytes of data. And the data is unfortunately getting stored in a most unscientific manner, unutilized. Nobody has actually seen or used it. Just to query about a particular institution. You use the data to learn relations between the data. Look at the patterns and then create a model. So this is something which we can do. It doesn't require a heavy Google scientist like Ray Kurzweil or somebody to come and build it. This is something which our universities consortium can build. Actually, you were opposed to the Center of Excellence. Actually, Center of Excellence is not for that institution. If IIT Madras has got Center of Excellence, their job is to build this sort of tools for the whole country. So that it is available to everybody on no payment basis through his ordinary mobile. Okay, so it is possible to build good quality personalized adaptive learning tools using AI. and using the data that that is very unscientifically stored in our NIC data centers. And second thing, friends, is that we can really look at choosing your subjects very, very carefully. Today, the way that courses are allotted to the students is based on the rank or on the marks. It's just doesn't look at your passion at all. I see lots of IITs, I mean premier institutions, 90% of the students are so unhappy because everybody wants computer science and only toppers, top 100 ranks only get. Rest of them will get all different types, civil engineering, chemical, textile. They're so happy, so unhappy. They say that no, I don't have the aptitude for this, but this is what I got. So is it possible for us to look at the passion of the student and then suggest courses? This is something which we can do, highly doable. Nothing so scientific about it. This is something which we can do. Look at the passion, measure that, his cognitive abilities. You know, that is the 4 C's thing that we have done. We can actually build on that. We built one product which looks at the cognitive abilities, 4 cognitive abilities, at what level they are, like whether it is critical thinking, creativity, communication, and also collaboration. So it is possible to build on that and then use the tool easily, widely across campus. Advise the students, yeah, your strength is here, take this. And combined with our NEP's policy of flexible learning, so you can take any subject of your choice. Okay, so that's what NEP is saying. We have not implemented it. That is a different thing. 90%, 99% universities have not implemented it. You have done 1%. So you should be, so the entire Swayam platform, Swayam Plus platform are constructed for facilitating this. So I'm saying that is it possible to build a AI tool with which the student will test his own passion, and then based on that the system should throw up, acha, the 39, course number 3954 of Swayam will suit your interests, and then help him to register, enroll for that. And in case if he's got talents, innate talents with which he can develop, Swayam Plus, which actually develops 21st century skills, it can allot. So this linking, friends, is what is actually waiting to happen. Linking of this data coming from our students along with the facilities which we have already built so that they are best used. Swayam data, we were just checking. I mean, I'm shocked at the distribution, geographical distribution. You know, out of the Swayam, 90% of the Swayam enrollments are only from South. Only 10% are from North. Why is it so? Language. Most of our Swayam courses are in English. So is it possible for us to deploy this AI for Bharat? AI for Bharat is the tool which is developed by IIT Madras, and it is available free. It is available free. Did you try AI for Bharat? You can try. And now Anuvadini is there. Anuvadini is also come. So is it possible to link this AI tool with Swayam so that the student, say in Nagaland, can hear this particular course in his language? It is today, friends, these are all possibilities which are opening up. We just got to connect the dots. All the dots are there, we got to connect. It doesn't require a revolutionary new thinking. It is just looking at what we have and connecting the dots. And then you have a big picture right in front of you. One last thing I would say is a challenge, which you must really start looking at it, is about your assessment system. The university's assessment system has to change, because the existing way of giving assignments or will not work. That will not work. And if you are giving tests on the computer, you have AI tools which are just hanging around. I don't know whether you have seen things like Cluely.ai. I don't know whether you have seen Cluely.ai. It is just hanging on your computer. Nobody can see it. Only the person who is sitting in front of can see. And it is listening to what the question that is being posed, and it is giving answer, and the person is reading it. So your entire current assessment systems will have to be changed. So how do we change it? Can we make it more classroom based? Can we make it more discussion based? Can we make it more experiential? Is it possible? This is something which you must deliberate. We don't have a solution yet. But if you don't find solution, friends, your degrees will become more and more irrelevant. Because nobody is going to be like, okay, tum to ye aise karke aaya. So we must really look at it, and then this challenge we have to take it head on. Friends, AI today has given tremendous amount of opportunities for us. It's a tool. We must use it. But use it in such a way that it will benefit and not destroy the cognitive abilities or your assessment systems. So that is a challenge before you, and I'm sure there will be a lot more discussion. Today, India has hosted the World AI Summit. So virtually every name, any name that you give, all notable persons are here. They are all debating. But I think as I said, we are not really looking at building major. That task will be done by somebody. But I think at your level, you can start getting small tools built, provided you have access to the data. So let us try that and then make use of it, and I'll be very happy to be part of this journey and to learn from all of you. Today, this session, morning session was, the session which I just saw was extremely interesting. So I'm sure a lot of thinking process is here. So let us put it to use and then ensure that this generation which is coming out will actually help in building a new India which everybody is dreaming of. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Subramaniam sir, for your insights. I could hear only the earlier part of it there, and I would surely take it from our rapporteurs. And they didn't have tea. I think it's been served in the adjacent room still, and it's still going.
Shall we leave a 5-minute break or not required?
We give a break.
Break? Okay.
Break, yeah.
10 minutes? 20 minutes? Okay.
Then we have a relook at the AIU's best practices. We assemble again. Yeah.
Okay, may I request the organizers to play a video by Deshpande Skilling. Then I would request P.N. Naik sir, who represents Deshpande Skilling, to come over and share his message on this occasion.
Deshpande Skilling is a
The
skill
volume,
development
please.
center located at Hon'ble, India's leading skill development center, which not only teaches youth necessary skills for employment, but makes them learners for life.
In Deshpande Skilling, there is a systematic learning process. It starts from yoga after morning session. Then after we have a creativity classes, computer classes, we have a accounts class, and later we have a English classes. There is a personality development classes also. We have a group discussion and we have a activity classes. Like we have a placement training also.
Deshpande Skill Development Program inculcates an entrepreneurial mindset in students, equips them with life skills and a range of skills including technical, ICT, that is Information Communication Technology, English communication, leadership, reasoning aptitude, industry exposure, a 360-degree personality growth with a wonderful learning atmosphere. The residential campus has a well-developed infrastructure, safe and clean campus with well-trained faculty and a vibrant learning ecosystem.
After completing my fellowship in Deshpande Skilling, I saw a lot of changes in myself, technical-wise, skilling-wise, communication-wise, confident-wise. I can see overall development in myself. I got placed in Cognizant Hyderabad. It's a very good company to start my career in that company.
Deshpande Skilling enables these trained youths to earn the placement in a span of 12 to 16 weeks through their Skill Plus residential training programs. The aim was to upskill the youth from Tier 2 and 3 cities and the rural areas of the region.
So yeah, good afternoon once again. Yeah, it's been a very interesting morning listening to so many speakers. Some very difficult statements were made. Things like degrees are no longer relevant. Colleges may not be required. I heard some of those statements. I think we should take it with a pinch of salt. If we look around, we saw a short video now. That girl in that video is a product of the university and college system. It is just that when she passed out of college, she didn't have a small part of it which was required for her to get into Cognizant. Yeah, she's got into Cognizant. It doesn't matter, Cognizant or TCS, or if you look at the companies that hire students from our colleges, I myself was one of them. I worked for a large IT company in the country. I worked there for close to 30 years. And large part of that time, I was in HR. I was handling talent acquisition, talent development, which meant I would go to colleges and hire students. And yeah, the numbers were big. Even today, when I talk to a head of TCS HR, they tell me their requirements are close to 1,000 every day. So last week, we had a call with another company. They said for next year, their projections are 60,000. So with that kind of demand in the industry, there is demand. It is just that we need to get the outcomes of our colleges to be good enough to get into those companies, to go and grab those opportunities. So what we are doing at Deshpande Skilling is we are just bridging these students to opportunities. I'll just take the case of just 2 or 3 companies. Let's take TCS again. The job description that comes out of TCS will typically say any graduate. Any graduate, it means They're not really worried whether you're a BA, BCom, BSc, BBA, BCA. It doesn't matter. So what they're looking for is somebody who can learn. So the whole 3 years in college and 12 years before that is a lab for them to learn. To learn. So if I have to put it, the most valued skill in the industry is the person's ability to learn. If that person has that ability to learn, he or she can be trained and can be put onto those roles. So what we do at Deshpande Skilling is we get people from rural colleges, because as a foundation, as an NGO, we have a larger goal of rural transformation, to create models for rural transformation. Apart from skilling, the foundation also works with farmers, it works with women in rural India, it encourages them to do startups. We have an incubation center. And the largest part is what we do in Deshpande Skilling, where we get young boys and girls from rural communities who have completed their college, which means they are product of the system that all of you represent, and we bridge them into jobs. Their first time job, we are trying to say it is an organized sector job. We're not talking of an unorganized sector job. So they're getting into one of these big names, and it makes a big difference to their families. It changes the trajectory of the lives of their families. So while we have been doing this for the last 14, 15 years, we would have trained more than 25,000 students and got them into jobs. By the way, our strike rate, which means out of 100 students who come and enroll into our campus, more than 90 of them are able to get into jobs. So that's the strike rate we have. 90% strike placement rate is what we have been enjoying. But then the question that has come from a lot of people that we talk to, very influential people, our board members, from people who think good for the country, is what you are doing is just a drop in the ocean. 1 crore students pass out of the college system every year, and we are doing some 4,000-5,000. It's hardly anything. So what are you doing to make a bigger difference has been the question we have been getting from multiple quarters. And the next thing that we did was, okay, we'll try and go and do it with colleges. So we partnered with about 70 colleges in North Karnataka, in Telangana, in Maharashtra, and started delivering the same service at those colleges using a trainer from our side, which meant we would deploy a trainer into these colleges, and the students would stay back for 2 hours after college during their 5th and 6th semester of their undergraduate course. And in those 2 hours, which meant the college had about 180 working days, so we got about 360 hours. In those 360 hours, we were able to get them to be good enough to get into a job. What's the most important thing that we do? To be honest, it is English skills. A young person from rural India never had the opportunity to use the language at home, with his friends, nor in the college, nor his classes in the college were conducted in English. So English was just a subject. It was not a language to them. It was still a foreign language. It was never their language. So the first thing that we do is get them to be good enough to speak on anything for 6 minutes. So when they come and join, it's difficult for them to actually speak even 2 sentences. By the end of the 12, 16 weeks, they can speak for 6 minutes. They measure it by themselves. Number 2 is computer skills. I'm just repeating the bullet points of a TCS JD. Any graduate with good English communication skills. So we have defined, if you speak for about 6 minutes, on a CFR scale, you are at about B2, so you can get into any of these companies. Second is computer skills. Unfortunately, like somebody mentioned in the panel earlier, that the digital infrastructure in our tier 2, tier 3 town colleges is not great. So many of them have not touched a computer keyboard, and if they have to appear for a test by Cognizant, the first thing they will ask them to do is take an online test. And imagine somebody having to take an online test and has never used a keyboard. So we get these students who come in 12 weeks, they can type blindfolded at 35 words per minute. Target is given to them, they need to practice, they do that by the end of, once they are determined, they're told what they have to do, they can do it. They are super skilled, they have it all, just that they didn't have the exposure, nor did they have the infrastructure to practice this, they didn't have the counseling. So number 3 is a whole lot of digital literacy tools that is required in an office. Number 4 is problem solving ability. Numeric, quant, So it is all about practice. All these are skills and cannot be taught in class. So our course is about 30% classroom teacher-led and 70% is practice and learning along with peers. Peer learning and practice and learning from seniors in the campus. Number 4 is a whole lot of things we have put together. We call it big city skills. Big city skills is because the student, the girl that was there on the screen, she would have been from a small village and she had to migrate to Hyderabad. It's not easy for somebody to migrate from a village alone to a big city like Hyderabad. Culture change, weather change, they have to live in a PG, food. Whole world is becoming suddenly demanding. In their village, everything was just probably 15-minute by walk maximum. And if you come to Hyderabad, your one-way journey to office may be an hour, hour and a half. At office, your boss says, I want it by end of day, banging the desk. He or she wouldn't have ever faced it. So in the campus, the big city skills has all of this. Another big skill is to even work with the opposite gender. They're not used to it. There's been a bar on them saying, this is separate, this row is for boys and that row is for girls. That's how they've grown up. And in an office at Cognizant, she will have to be working with, her team will have everybody in that team, seniors, juniors, men, women. So for them to get comfortable to do all of this. So the 12 to 16 weeks they spend at our campus in Hubli, we did 90%. When we did this in colleges, 70 colleges, we still enjoyed about 85% placement rate. So I'm not saying everybody in the college is enrolling for this. So it's a choice, it's an optional to the student. If they are keen to earn a job, they can enroll. If they don't want to, it's not, the college is not forcing them, nor are we forcing them. And our own understanding is that in a college, if there are 100 students in the final year, only about 25, 30 are keen to go and work and have that zeal in them to go through that hardship to earn that job. So our criteria to enroll for a program, number 1, hunger for job, they need to have that hunger, the family and the individual needs to have hunger. Number 2 is willingness to go through the hardship to earn that job, which means they have to attend their regular college and stay back for another 2 hours to attend the course. Number 3, willingness to relocate where the jobs are. Jobs are not in the small town. Jobs are in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune, Chennai, Noida, Gurgaon, NCR. These are the hot centers for employment. Hopefully things will change. All governments are talking of taking jobs to tier 2, tier 3. Hopefully that will happen soon. But till then, they have to relocate to these big places. And they and their family must be willing. So not everybody enrolls. So this program doesn't work for everybody in a college. Possibly it works for about 25-30% of students in the final year in a college. So with 70 colleges, what we are doing in our campus, we were quite sure that it will work out of a college. So what we did in our campus in Hubli was like a lab. What we did in colleges was like a field test. And now for the big rollout, we have decided we are going to be partnering with universities. So the first university we have partnered with is a university from Belgaum in Karnataka called Rani Chennamma University. A very, very enthusiastic VC there who wants to make a difference to the community. And this program has been started by this university through a Section 8 company they have registered. So the university has registered a Section 8 company. That Section 8 company has enrolled trainers. They have got trained by us, and those trainers have been deployed to 5 colleges. The rest of the whole stack of skilling them has gone from the foundation, which means the content, the technology, ERP, LMS, assessments, placement assistance, everything is from Deshpande. The last mile is being done by the university. So next year, 5, we are sure that we will see success because already a good number of those students in their final year have already got placed even before they completed their final year. So for a degree college, placement before completing final year was amazing because those colleges never had placement before. So next year with this university, we should be doing probably 60 colleges. The university has already hired the trainers. They are currently undergoing training at our campus and they will roll this out in 60 colleges. And beyond this, Another 4 universities are going to be enrolled into this. So they are going to be setting up these Section 8 companies and roll this out next year, next academic year. The thought is that if this works well in these universities, possibly at some stage, whatever we are doing today as a top-up, which means they are attending their regular classes and then waiting for another 2 hours to do something. Can this become part of their regular course? Which means, can we drop a few subjects from the regular course which are not so important, which is not valued by employers, for those who want to get into job? I'm not saying for everybody. For somebody who wants to do masters and PhD, all those subjects may be important. Can it be made optional? If I want to go for a job, I will drop this subject and choose a subject which is more important for my job. So that's the experiment we are doing with these 5-6 universities. Yeah, we will have to win the support of the syndicate. We'll have to win the support of the board of studies that is there in the college. And hopefully in the next 4 or 5 years, that's our hope, that this whole course for employability can become part of their regular academic course and not a top-up. So till then, the need was to have a special purpose vehicle which is agile, which can be molded to the needs of the situation, and therefore a Section 8 company has been formed. So in the next 5 years, I don't know how long it's going to take, it's going to be an experiment. Our plan is to get a few large corporates also to become part of this, which means they can become anchor customers to those universities to say what kind of skills are required. Now, I was very pleased to hear the gentleman from Dr. Kalam's study in Delhi that they have created some content for AI. Yeah, we have also been talking to AI companies, and they have said they're going to create content on AI for training freshers. But yeah, if it can come from somebody like the APJ Kalam Center, then we'll be very happy. So the key here is to be having our ears to what the industry requires. And trust me, the industry demands are changing every 6 months. I can understand how difficult it will be for a university to keep track of them and keep pace with them. It's not going to be easy. Which is why a Section 8 company and an organization like ours who wants to invest in this, we have a purpose of creating income for rural India. We can possibly rope in a few corporates also to fund this. We'll have to study. We are talking to NSDC, if NSDC can become part of this. So somewhere our objective is, can we create this employability option in colleges and universities? Like in another event like this, I heard the registrar of one of those universities saying the GER, gross enrollment ratio, possibly we should redefine it as gross employment ratio. Enrollment is fine, but what after enrollment? There has to be some measure of outcomes, and if outcomes is, yeah, number of PhDs, number of patents are all great outcomes for an academic institute, but if employment or employment created is also employment not created, a university is not creating employments, but how many of them could get into employment? If that also is a measure, it would be a great thing for universities to be more meaningful. And not having to hear things like universities may not be required. Universities will be required. AI can know only as much as the human brain already knows. It can't know beyond this. So universities will be required to do that. Original creativity has to come from human beings. So my only purpose of coming here, like I mentioned in the morning, is to seed this idea in your minds, the vice-chancellors of multiple universities. We will share with you what we are doing. What we are doing in Karnataka and Telangana is an experiment, also in Goa. If it works well, then it's an option which can go to every university. And let me tell you that this service that is being offered to the students is not for free. The students who enroll for this program pay a certain amount. It funds the program, and there is a potential actually to make this self-sustainable. The Section 8 company will always be not-for-profit. It might require some grants initially, but once a certain build-up happens, this program at universities and colleges can fund for itself without having to go to a government or to CSR. It can be a program of the community for the community. So the potential is there. There is a business model. Section 8 company can sustain by itself with what we call as community contribution. When the student pays, we count it as community contribution. The only thing, the community contribution from a student has to be affordable. It can't be exorbitantly priced. So our own research says that if a student has to pay less than a month's salary that he is going to get at the end of the course, it is affordable. So they are not too worried if the fee that he has to pay is less than a month's salary. So that's the thought I wanted to share with all of you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, I will have data about the vice-chancellors of the universities. Thanks to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, we will have that access. We will be in touch with you and see if we can take this beyond just the boundaries of Karnataka and Telangana and go beyond that as well. So any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Pardon? Okay, so if I look at these large corporates, they don't expect the university to create talent to come and be productive from day one. Because every company uses a set of tools, there is a process, they are doing work for somebody else in another country. So there is no way a university can actually train somebody for all of that. So whether it is TCS or Genpact or Cognizant, once a fresher joins that company, he or she goes through a month or 2 months or even 6 months of training within that company. So there's no point in the university or college trying to train somebody for specific skills required by specific companies. Yes, for a sector, if there are some very generic skills that are required by everybody, I think as a university and education system, we should only look at that and not go and do anything specific. So within our, with the course that we run is we run just one course, which we call Foundation Employability Skills, which is English, computers, problem solving, big city skills, which means teamwork, leadership, and time management that the lady mentioned. These are the only things we do. The basic computer skills or any sort of specialized computer? No, nobody is expecting a fresher to be using AI at this point in time. Till date, no employer has asked us, does the candidate know AI? But yeah, it might happen. Another 1 year, 2 years might happen. So we have to keep our ears to the ground and know if it's going to happen, then we need to be doing it. Or we can start proactively doing it. But then we are targeting only non-engineering. Non-engineering. So, so BA, irrespective of whether it's BA, BCom, BBA, BCA, any of these courses, especially from tier 2, tier 3 towns, not from Bangalore, not from Mysore, what we do in terms of English is not relevant for a candidate from Bangalore. The candidate from Bangalore is well equipped in all these things. He or she has a computer at home, so basic computer skills is not a problem for them. So our target is largely tier 2, tier 3, working well in the colleges in tier 2, tier 3. We are experimenting with the university now, and if it goes well, we would like to go and go and partner with more universities. The few good things that have happened, IIT Hyderabad in the same city, IIT Hyderabad, Professor Murthy was supposed to be here. I didn't see him today. Very noble gentleman who said, there's this IIT Hyderabad in the middle of these villages in this area called Kandi. I don't want to be this ivory tower in Kandi. I want to be doing something for the community, 28 villages around us. So we have tied up. Suzuki is funding it. So the same course that we offer in colleges is now being offered in colleges around IIT Hyderabad. The trainers on the roles of a Section 8 company set up by IIT Hyderabad. The rest of the stack is what we have provided, and the students in this about 7 or 8 colleges will get trained and try and get placed locally. But then, yeah, can we train them for, Suzuki is keen to train them for the small and medium enterprises around Hyderabad. So Suzuki is trying to do a research on what skills are valued by employers around here, and they will try and map it to the labs within IIT Hyderabad. If it is not there, Suzuki has said they will set up these labs and train students from around Kandi village there and help them get into the small and medium enterprises. So yeah, so solution is somewhere can skills become part of the university system, which is what NEP is also saying. But like the IS officer mentioned, the adoption of that is not easy. It's looking good on paper, but adoption is going to be very difficult. So if there are some models to do that, I think our university should start taking the first baby steps towards integrating skilling into colleges and universities. So trust me, if they join a company like the girl mentioned, Cognizant, the most important computer skills there for her will be, one is Excel. She will be required to do very deep analysis using Excel. Yeah, there are better tools, Microsoft BI and all of that, but there may be very fancy tools, but the biggest of companies still use Excel. So if she is good at Excel, can do pivot table and all those things, not beyond just populating the cells of an Excel table, they are valued. So they are taught all of that. So give her data, that's what we do. We give them data and ask them to do analysis of that and come back. So repeatedly they do it. They have to use different techniques to do it. Many times they will not know, they will Google. So what is important is practice. So if we just teach them Excel, it's not good enough. We have to give them a set of data and ask them to come out with some results. They are given 24 hours or 6 hours or 9 hours. They have to do it within that and come back. In the process, they will learn. Like there was an example of, you can do it by AI, but make sure that I don't discover that it was created using AI. In the process, they learn. So practice is what is important for skills. Knowledge, probably a lecture is good, but for skills, practice is what is important. And which is why the method we follow is flipped method, which means they are given content to learn by themselves. They are all adults. They have gone through college. They are given content to learn by themselves, and the classroom time is used more for practice than teaching. So that's the methodology we follow, and hopefully if it goes well with these 4 or 5 universities next academic year, we will approach Dr. Pankaj Mittal and see if we can go out and reach to more universities. So for us, the low-hanging fruit was, at one end we have a graduate from a village, and the other side we have the ITES jobs, which is TCS and Genpact, all these companies who require degree plus a few things. It was a very small layer. For us, that was a very low-hanging fruit to bridge. So we have picked that. And we have still not reached the ceiling. There is so much more they can absorb, and we are producing so small. We can possibly go to 1 lakh students and still not run out of opportunities. Yeah, but the same model can be done for any other sector. We have picked one sector because our founder is a product developer. He says, stay focused, pick one problem, solve one problem, don't try to do too many things. So our founder, the largest funder of our organization, Mr. Deshpande, who's a product developer, Shri Deshpande and Desh Deshpande. Shri Deshpande is incidentally Sudhamurthy's younger sister. The two sisters have got married to engineers who went on to become very successful entrepreneurs, one in India, one in US. So yeah, it is his way of giving back, and he's a product development person. He says, stay focused, don't do too many things, stay focused on one sector, pick the low-hanging fruit. So whatever he does in business, same thing he has adopted here. Pick the low-hanging fruit, go for it, be the best at it, don't get distracted. So currently we think university, partnering with university is a great model to scale, and we will approach it. So the very purpose of coming here is to meet as many vice-chancellors as possible and talk about what we are doing, just seed the idea. I don't have a solution for the universities right now because the university model is being tested in the sandbox in Hon'ble. We call it a sandbox where we experiment. Once we have a good thing running, then we can take it to scale. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for, yeah, any other questions? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, it is not a fixed thing. It is just that the university has to make it sustainable. So the government of Goa Department of Higher Education is running this in a few colleges. They said we will start with 2,000 rupees for the course. 2,000 rupees. We said it's too low. Students will probably not be too serious if they pay only 2,000. But it was left to the government. The chief minister said, no, we don't want to charge too much. So they're doing it with 2,000. But Rani Chennamma University is charging about 8 or 9,000 rupees. And students are happily paying it. To pay 9,000 rupees and get a job of 3 lakhs CTC at the end of it is a fantastic return. I don't think it's a no-brainer. And if they see the success rate, if it is just a course where you pay and you're not sure at the end of it whether it will work or not, yeah, there'll still be a doubt. But if they see their seniors, 85, 90% of them have got into jobs, it's like a very high, for something you get a good return. So yeah, the key is to make sure that the placement rates are high. Duration, the program that runs in our Hon'ble campus runs for 12 to 16 weeks. It's 12 weeks plus another 4 weeks for placement. It takes a few weeks to get companies to come and pick them. So between 12 to 16 weeks, they go out. The program that runs in colleges runs during their 5th and 6th semester. So the final year, 5th and 6th semester, we do it on every working day, 2 hours. They have to stay back either before college or after college. And we complete the course, but it's more practice. They will have to use their phone because there's a lot of content on LMS that they need to practice. Especially computer classes has to be done in college. That's one big challenge we have, that colleges don't have great digital infrastructure. We're trying to see if the government can step in solving this. For a small number of colleges, with limited resource, we can probably equip the college with digital lab, which we are doing. But if we had to do it to hundreds of colleges, it will be beyond our reach. That's when we will need support from the government. We are already in touch with government in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, in Telangana. So when there is success, I'm sure governments will also come in and join. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Naik sir, for presenting your ideas. And hopefully you'll have a lot of people responding to the call that you've given. And people keep saying about the 95% of the people who are there in the state universities. So it will be a great service if you can go about with networking. Thank you so much for your attention, for your time. What we would request you is kindly get to the stalls where there are display being made of the best practices of the Association of Indian Universities, and we would join back for the cultural program, which is organized at the Tagore Auditorium. So kindly, we break at this time and get to have a visit of some of the placards, I would call it, or posters that have been put up in the tents underneath there. So kindly have a visit at that and get ready to get back to the Tagore Auditorium for the cultural evening. Thank you very much. Great day ahead. The vehicle is there. Once we can get entertained and get relaxed. There are a host of programs that have been organized by the Students Dean Office at the Osmania University, and we thank Professor Rajendra Naik sir for the team of students from various colleges who have been trained for this entertainment program and the cultural program. On the same wavelength, we also thank Dr. M. Kavita ma'am for coordinating with all the student groups which are performing. We welcome into our midst all the Vice-Chancellors and other members who have been part of this 2-day AIU Central Zone Vice-Chancellors meet. We begin with the first dance. I think we are not delayed. We are on time. Can I call upon S. Nischala and team? If they are there, kindly get ready with your first performance. Nischala and team will provide us with the group classical dance. The classical dance is based on Ganesh Stotrum, or Telugu.
चिदाकार मूलाधार
Don't worry, girl. There's some technical glitch and we'll restart it from the beginning. Request you all to please start the song from the beginning again. Don't worry, ma. Come. I do understand as a performer, it could be a little bit nervous bouts.
गणपतिं भावये आनन्दनर्तन गणपतिं भावये सदानन्दनर्तन गणपतिं भावये परमानन्दनर्तन गणपतिं भावये चिदाकार मूलाधार ओंकार गजवदनं
I think you can do a better job by applauding and encouraging them. Can you put your hands together again? Yeah, that was graceful, divine, and perfect spiritual beginning. And there can't have been a better positive energy on the stage to begin the evening. Now, celebrating the pride of our land, Telangana, Jaya Jaya He Telangana, is more than a song. It is the soul of our state, written by poet Shri. It carries the voices of struggle, hope, and triumph. Each line reminds us of our heritage and inspires us to march forward with pride and unity. I invite J.K. Shreya for a classical dance on Jaya Jaya He Telangana.
Jaya Jaya He Telangana Janani Jayaketanam Mukoti Gontukalu Okkataina Chetanam Taratarala Charitagala Talli Neerajanam Padapadana Nee Pillalu Pranavillina Shubhatarunam Jai Telangana Jai Jai Telangana Jai Telangana Jai Jai Telangana. జీవన చావళీలు చాలువార కవి గాయక వైతాళిక కళల మంజీరాలు జాతిని జాగృత పరచే గీతాల జనజాతర అనునిత్యము నీ గానం అమ్మ నీవే నా ప్రాణం జై తెలంగాణ జై జై తెలంగాణ జై తెలంగాణ జై జై తెలంగాణ.
Thank you so much, Shreya. Just to refresh the memories of the members, this song was played in the morning in the inaugural. Now, let us immerse ourselves in the spirit of patriotism with Reddy, Shreya, and team.
जननी जन्मभूमिश्च स्वर्गादपि गरीयसी जननी हमारी भारत माता हम वन्दे मातरम् కవివందనం పలుకుదాం ధరణి జనులందరం ప్రణవ మంత్రానికే ప్రాణమి భారతం జగతి సర్వానికే వేదనాద జీవధార చిలికిన దేశం వందనం మాతుజే వందనం हम करें तेरी आराधना शान तेरी बढ़ाए मान तेरा बढ़े लो हमारा सलाम पुण्य भूमि कर्म भूमि भारत ప్రేమాత్యాగం పంచే సతత ధ్యాన ధృతిలో వెలుగుదారి వంక తలుపు తెరుచుకొని ప్రేమాత్యాగం పంచే సతత ధ్యాన ధృతిలో వెలుగుదారి వంక తలుపు తెరుచుకొని లోకాలన్నిటా శాంతి సౌఖ్యము ఒక్కటే లక్ష్యమై సాగనే ధ్యేయమై సామవేద గాననాద చలిలా సాగు మేటి నేటి జాతి విరాజై వందనం జనని కవివందనం పలుకుదాం ధరణి జనులందరం शान तेरी बढ़ाए मान तेरा बढ़े लो हमारा सलाम पुण्य भूमि कर्म भूमि भारत मानवता का तू ही रूप है विश्व में एकता का सही रूप दिखलाया मानवता का तू ही रूप है विश्व में एकता का सही रूप दिखलाया हिंद धर्मों का संगम मेरा भारत महान भाईचारा मोहब्बत से है भारत महान हम करेंगे जन को मन को अर्पण माननीय वंदनीय भारत माता వందనం జనని కవివందనం పలుకుదాం ధరణి జనులందరం शान तेरी बढ़ाए मान तेरा बढ़े लो हमारा सलाम पुण्य भूमि कर्म भूमि भारत
I didn't have to intervene from the audience. I think the applaud said it all. Surely our hearts swell whenever there are such goosebump movement kind of songs that have been played to invoke patriotism in us there. I only know two things that we realize that we are Indians. Once when there is an India-Pakistan match and once when we are out of India. But there's another way that we come to invoke that we are Indians as well. Thank you so much. And Telangana's folk tradition shines through Bonalu, Batkamma, Ellamma, and the spirited Potaraju. These vibrant celebrations blend devotion, dance, and community joy, keeping alive the cultural heartbeat of a land. Get ready for vibrant Telangana folk by B. Gayatri and team. And I'm being reminded these are from the NSS cultural team from GDC Begumpet, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Moira da dare নাচাইবি গীতিয়া ময়রা দাদারে টকি নাচিকে নাচে নাচাইবি
Wonderful performance by the girls. I got a bit scared when Pothraju came next to me. Okay. Next we have S. Aishwarya and team. They would be doing us a Marathi song, Bhavani Veer Laloti Roar. Kindly excuse me if I am erroneous with my pronunciation. Yeah, I see the orange petas.
संजीवनी देते. उग्र रूपा मागे सुद्धा वात्सल्य वाहते. तुझ्या कृपा दृष्टीचे मी दान मागते. गोंधळ मांडिते ग आई गोंधळ मांडिते. आई जगदंबेच्या नावानं उधार उधार.
Kali is the same, but you have different forms. The earlier one was from Telangana. This was from Maharashtra. I did have an immunity boost now. I think I inhaled a lot of turmeric when the girls have sprinkled. It's gone into my lungs there. It was nice, and I Shapat, the Marathi Mulgis have done a great job. All the Deshpandes and Nayaks who were there would have probably had a wonderful time witnessing the Marathi folk. And next we have BS Tashvi and team. They would do a mixed Telangana folk song. Can we have them on the stage? And believe me, I'm still to get some boys. I think all through it has been Beti Badao and Beti Bachao only. All through the boys only. No, now you get the boys here.
రక్క బతుకమ్మ దాది మా బతుకమ్మ దామెర మొక్కల బతుకమ్మ తంగిడి పువ్వులు తరతర వేసే వాడవాడంతా ఓ పూల వనమాయే ప్రతి ఊరు చెరువేమో ఓ పూల తోటాయే గోలుగు పువ్వులు మిలమిల వేసే వాడవాడంతా ఓ పూల వనమాయే ప్రతి ఊరు చెరువేమో ఓ పూల తోటాయే మైసమ్మ చీకుండా
Shoban, DJ Shoban, DJ Shoban, DJ Shoban. DJ Shoban.
Yeah, that was a wonderful performance, but they filled the stage with plenty of turmeric in the end. Okay, now I call upon Y. Bharati and team to give a folk dance for us, Indian folk. It's on the village theme called Manavuru. And I also remind T. Sai Prasanna and team to kindly come to the backstage and be ready without much delay. your energy level seems to droop. No, I think that was an heightened performance there. I think there was some fruity and other things given. So there was some sugar boost there. So that should energize you enough to applaud for them. And I should ask them as to what is their secret of energy, whether it's Boost, Horlicks, Bonvita or Complan. Come back again to T. Sai Prasanna and team. They would be presenting the Podaraju folk dance, Telangana folk song and the dance as well. Thank you so much, T. Sai Prasanna and team. Yeah, it's the last performance for the evening. And truly, it is going to be the Central Zone representation because it is a select state folk dances of Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Telangana. We invite Reddy, Shreya and team to give us this folk dance medley.
Thank you.
That was truly a representation of the central zone. Thank you so much for being a part of this cultural evening. And once again, we hold on record and thank Professor Rajendra Naik and his entire team from the Students' Dean office. I have Umesh sir also, who was there in the Student Dean earlier. Thank you so much, Pratap Reddy sir, Balakista Reddy sir, and all others who are here in our midst. And my request are Hon'ble Vice-Chancellor sir, Naresh Reddy sir, and our OSD to the Vice-Chancellor, Jitendra Naik sir, to give away the certificates. I also call upon ma'am to come over, please. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to come over. I request Rajendra Naik sir, and thank you so much, Kavita ma'am. Kavita ma'am, thank you so much. I think most of the script you have done it. Balakista Reddy sir, please come over. Chairperson TGCHE. I call upon Dr. Saddam Ailaya and participants first to come and receive their memento. Saddam Ailaya and participants, quickly. Be quick, please. Let's not waste much time. Yeah, the entire team members with him. Ramesh Kumar, sir, Principal of College of Technology. If you're there, please come over, sir. Yeah. Sir is also the Director for the Press and Media. Mark, take a certificate each, and you can have a photograph as memories to cherish for long. The others be ready. Dr. C.H. Saujanya and participants, get ready for the next set of certificate distribution and photographs. Thank you. Yeah, we call upon Dr. C.H. Saujanya and participants to come over, and others make way for the next team to come and collect their pictures. Dr. C.H. Saujanya and participants, kindly come quickly. And any more members who are accompanying this team, most welcome to come out of the dais. Yeah, settle down, arrange yourselves in a way that everybody is visible for the pictures. Don't block the dignitaries as well. Very quickly. Ensure that everybody is visible. Some can move to the left side of the stage still. Yeah, some can stand. The taller girls are blocking. Boys, kneel a bit more so that all are visible. Move, move, move to the left. Quickly. Shuffle yourself the way you have done in the dance. All are visible? Yep. Right, next, Dr. N. Mrudula and participants, please come over quickly. And Mr. Sujit Kumar and participants, be ready next. Dr. N. Mrudula and participants, very quickly. They all seem to be coming with their teachers. The NSS team, I believe they are from GDC Begumpet.
Quickly, ma. Ma'am, Amma, the girls kneel down quickly and give a pose for the picture. Yeah, Potaraju gets highlighted there. Anna, mira chivarla mir kanpiyar ikkada. Thank you, girls. Amazing performances you all have given us. Lingappa, sir, kindly come over to the stage, please. I call upon Mr. Sujit Kumar and participants to kindly collect their memento and certificates. Mr. Sujit Kumar and participants, please. Quickly, ma. Please spread yourselves across so that all get to see your faces in the pictures later. Spread along. Go a little more on the left side. Yeah. Manoj. Yeah, that will be nice. That's a symmetry there. Next, Dr. B. Krishnaveni and participants, get ready. Dr. B. Krishnaveni and participants. Thank you, girls. B. Krishnaveni and participant. Dr. B. Krishnaveni. This was all the fervent believers of Shivaji Maharaj. Ma, turn the certificate so that it's visible on that side, not the blank side. Next, Dr. B. Shivalakshmi and participants, get ready. Dr. Shivalakshmi and participants, please come over. Thank you so much to the spirited performance from the Amchi Mumbai girls. Last one, sir. Last. Come, ma. Come quickly. Yeah, these girls did some amazing job. 2 different performances, 1 patriotic. They began with the Ganesh Stuti. UBVR Rishi College girls. Come on. The next set of girls, get ready. Spread yourself on either side of the stage. Some can sit in front as well, some can kneel. Yeah, some more would go on the other side. Ma. Make sure all are visible. Pose there. I'll call. There is a request
for regional wise, maybe, sir, the Telangana Vice-Chancellor wants to have a picture with our Vice-Chancellor. My request, Umesh sir, Pratap sir, Telugu University, Poti Sridevasena, sir, they want a picture with you. Who, sir? Sir, they want a picture with you. Umesh sir, Pratap sir, they want a picture with you. Anyone else from Telangana? Then we'll call the other Vice-Chancellors as well. Very quickly. They want a group picture, sir, with you. Sir, quickly for the picture. Okay, now I see how Jitendra sir gets next to Pratap sir, both the zoology together there. Okay, this was Telangana. Can I have the representatives, if there are anyone from Chhattisgarh, to come over first? Any representatives of Chhattisgarh? The Vice-Chancellors, please. Please, 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 quickly, sir. Make it quick. All, ma'am says all the Vice-Chancellors. So the Telangana ones still keep remaining. All the Vice-Chancellors, please come over. All the Vice-Chancellors. All the Vice-Chancellors, please. Truly, it's a galaxy of intellectuals around here. So please spread yourself a little so that everybody gets visible for the picture. On either side. Yep. If you have missed out anyone, kindly come over to the days. Don't miss out on this memory here. Manoj, see that all are covered. Thank you so much. I'll tell that. Okay, very quickly. Thank you so much for being a part of this cultural evening. Once again, we thank the Students' Dean's Office, especially the entire team that is there behind Professor Rajendri Nayak and Kavita ma'am. Tonight we witnessed a devotion, we celebrated tradition, we experienced unity and diversity. Most importantly, we saw the brilliance of young talent. On behalf of Osmania University, I extend heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries, organizers, participating institutions, our sponsors, and our incredible performers, the true stars of the evening, and to this wonderful audience. Your applause and your enthusiasm throughout was the real background music for every performance. Thank you. Have a beautiful evening. And to all the delegate Vice-Chancellors, the vehicle is ready. Request you all to get back to IPE. For the students who have gone about with giving us the wonderful performances there, dinner is being served at OUCIP, OUCIP. Coupons are given. Kindly do not be angry if the coupons are not taken from the Students' Dean Office. Please contact Rajendra sir and others for the coupons. Without coupons, no dinner. That's for the students, right? I didn't mean anyone else. Chandrasekhar sir is cautioning.